Ok, Strickland, ¿tú lo prefieres horizontal o vertical? Bueno, si son más largos, horizontales, ¿verdad?
Jared right here. It's obviously been a bit since we got to last chat with you. So I guess just how's life been? I know you just celebrated, I think, 10 years sobriety in December. So just, how's life been since we last got to see you?
It's been good. I have a 16-month-old daughter, so that's changed a lot. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I never thought I'd be like a dad. As you said, I'm 10 years sober, and I was shooting coke and heroin 10 years ago. So, I went home, I have a wife, beautiful daughter. It's changed my life completely, and everything's been pretty good.
Were you, we've seen fighters, when they have their first kid, some of them, it changes their perspective on fighting. Some of them, it doesn't. Which kind of category would you fall into?
So it's taken all the pressure off of me. It's not about Jared anymore. My wife always used to say, Jared, so you're not happy if people aren't clapping for you, stuff like that. So it's taken everything off of me. Like, it's not about me anymore. No matter what happens, I have to, oh shit, logo. The pressure's not on me, man. I could go get paralyzed tomorrow and it doesn't matter because I have to move forward for my daughter, so.
You terrified to be a girl dad? Like 13 years from now, you're going to have a 13-year-old girl?
I think about that often. Yeah. I mean, even now, like, all the weird stuff you hear, pedophiles and, human trafficking. She's gorgeous. And I'm like, we're on the street. I got my head on a swivel, my gun on my hip. I live in Florida, so that's normal down there. But yeah, anyone comes close, I'm like, don't come near us because I will hurt you. So,
and I guess outside of, just life being good outside, but, you get Jim Miller's a name, more fights than anyone in the UFC, more wins, all the accolades. I guess, were you expecting a name like that? And I guess when Jim's name came across your desk, I guess what went through your mind?
I was waiting for a fight, and I was telling my manager, like, hey, I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to fight for weeks. And it was like 7:30 at night, and I was about to jump in the shower, and I see him calling me, and I'm like, oh, normally when he calls me, it's for something good. And he was like, hey, Jim Miller in Newark. And I was like, very happy. Yeah, Jim's a great name, legend of the sport. Like you said, most UFC wins, most UFC fights. But come Saturday night, he's just another guy. So,
I guess what are you expecting from Jim at this point in his career? Because like with all those fights, there's more tape on him than anyone else, and we kind of know what to expect from Jim. But as a fighter, when you're watching Jim, I guess what do you expect in there?
I mean, I don't think his game plan is going to change. From his other fights. I think he's going to come out and do what he normally does. And that's what I'm expecting. I think he's going to come out hard. He's in Jersey, he's in Newark, his home state. I don't know, how many more fights is he going to fight? I know he's been through some tough times recently, so he wants to get the win for his family. But like I said before, that doesn't matter. On Saturday, I don't care about your family. I have my own family. I have a daughter who needs me. So I'm expecting the best Jim, and I know that I'll come out on top.
And then just a couple more unrelated to Jim, but outside of 10 years sobriety, next year will mark 10 years in the UFC for you. That'll be a decade in the UFC. Did you think you'd be fighting this long?
No. So I had my back against the wall a few times during my UFC career. My first contract, they made me fight my contract out, and I ended up losing my last fight. I blew through my first two. I lost my next two, and luckily I got fight of the night that night. So I guess they were like, all right, give him another contract. And, so, and then there's other times where, coming off of losses where it's like, I got to win. So no, I knew that I could do this, but there was times where, I was scared and concerned, but here I am. and I plan on staying here for the next few years and then retiring with this company.
Then just last one for me, because I saw your tweet about, Strickland saying he was going to shoot Khamzat, and then you're like, you think you're going to bring a gun to this state? Is
Yeah, exactly.
Like, your thoughts on just kind of this whole chaos happening at the top.
I mean, in hindsight, obviously he's just trying to get a rise out of people. Everyone knows that. But like, to say you're bringing a gun to Jersey is like the dumbest thing ever, because like, you will get arrested here. The laws are very, very strict. You're in the city limits. And I just think, like, he says wild shit. But that's strong, and that's what everyone should expect from him. So, but I just think he's like, not the brightest person.
Jared, you obviously,
Hey, bro.
How's it going? I know you like to fight up here. At least you get to see kind of family. Have you gotten the chance to kind of see your family since you come back in?
No, my parents actually live in Florida full time now. And I did go to the city on Sunday, so I got to see my home. It was nice. I fought in Jersey, I don't know, probably close to 10 times at, Atlantic City at the Borgata. So it's nice to be here, familiar territory, and things normally go right for me here. So it feels nice.
And not just here, but also in New York.
Yeah.
You obviously had that very impressive victory the last time you were in this general area in the UFC. I mean, is there a comfort level with kind of fighting close to where you grew up?
Yeah, definitely. I got to visit, my old gym, Henzo Gracie's, right next to MSG, see, familiar sites, my coach is from here as well. So it's just nostalgic, and it reminds me of good times and bad times. But this is what made me, this is what's molded me. And I think like I was made to be here and fight here. So.
And obviously you're fighting a Jersey guy. You are a New York, you're kind of the representative of New York. We don't get a whole lot of New York versus New Jersey guys, especially in this general area here. So how much are you kind of expecting the support to come across the river?
There should be a lot. Well, there will be a lot of support. A lot of my friends are coming. My family's coming. So it'll be good. I fought like 10, 15 guys from Jersey. So this is nothing new.
Why is New York pizza better than New Jersey pizza?
The first pizzeria in America is in New York. It's called Lombardi's. It's in Little Italy. I just think it's New York, man. You can't really compare New York to New Jersey. New Jersey, it's like our little sister or something. So, yeah.
Really
that's why the pizza's better.
Really picking on New Jersey now. You're creating a little heat.
I like New Jersey. It's treated me well. So,
thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Jared, back here. I was wondering, what was your take on Paddy Pimblett's title fight in January?
I thought it was terrible. I thought they both looked bad in that fight. They both had way better performances before. And I was like, but fights are styles make fights. So, things happen in fights where it's like, you might not expect them to happen. Their styles clashing could have caused them to look like that. I just thought it wasn't their cleanest performances. And I think that's like the majority thought on that. But, Paddy is very popular and he gets pushed. Good for him. Lucky him, and Justin, I think, is the cleaner fighter on the feet. He couldn't take him down, so it stayed there most of the time. But I didn't think it was a great performance for either of them. And I think Justin probably feels the same way, and Paddy obviously feels the same way. So
does it ever frustrate you, like when you watch like the speed at which he got to fight for the title, all of that stuff, and you go like, I mean, a lot of people say you won that fight, and the paths have been very different in the few years since. Do you ever watch it and go like, that should be me up there?
Not necessarily. I think God wrote everything before it was supposed to happen. Everything happens for a reason, and I still think there's opportunity for me to fight him again. I know he's fighting BSD. I think that's a really tough fight for him. And I beat Jim Saturday, maybe fight one more, win. I'm on a 2-fight winning streak. He's on a 2-fight losing streak. I don't think it's like too crazy to think that we could fight again. And I think it would make sense at that point.
Would you be disappointed if, when it's all said and done, you've hung up the gloves, if that rematch hasn't happened?
Not necessarily, because like I said before, it was written, God's path for me. So whatever happens, I just have to trust it. But I think there's a really good chance that it could happen. And I will push for it. So
How does that rematch go?
I beat him again.
Thank you.
No problem. So nothing else? No one else wants to talk to me? Thank you, guys.
Jeremy, outside right here. Obviously, welcome back. We haven't got to see you up on that stage since the Iowa fight week. So I guess just how's life been? And I guess did you think we would be speaking with you again at a UFC fight week at some point in your career?
Oh, absolutely. How was that Iowa card? That's a 3-year layoff, no MMA, and in my hometown on 8 weeks notice, 7 weeks of training. How was that for 39? Didn't look bad. The guy didn't want to fight though.
Well, again, on Saturday here in Jersey, you got King Green. I can't imagine there's been a fight between two guys where there's more combined fights, especially just in the UFC, than you and King. So I guess, was this a name you were expecting? Because it seems like both of you guys have been kind of fighting this new generation of MMA guys, and now you guys finally get to tangle like this kind of later in your career.
Yeah, after my last fight, I couldn't sleep. And I hit up Dana like a day or two later, and I was just like, man, give me another opportunity. Give me Mike Chandler. Give me somebody my age, somebody that, is up there, has got fights like me, not these like young, hungry killers on short notice. Like, give me somebody and let me just prepare. That was the main thing. There was like no excuses. I had the time. It didn't matter if I trained with Anderson Silva, GSP. I just did what I did. And taken from that, I was like, man, if I just have some preparation, like, let me fight someone like my age, like someone who's like actually down to fucking fight and, who's been in the game, who's like, like something like that. Right. And we asked for those guys. And then, after Bobby just came, and I hit up my management. I was like, Bobby Green. And he was like, fucking right, man. And then he's like, hey, Dana and them guys love it. Like, next thing, bless you. We were lined up to fight. So, I mean, couldn't have gone better.
What did you make of his last performance? Because again, like fighting another young guy kind of not halted maybe the hype train, but kind of maybe set him back a bit again.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, you look at it, I mean, not him personally, but like as another human being who's up there in age, fights like that. I mean, he looks great. Still got spring in his step, still smooth as shit, like, I mean, that's fucking awesome. And then you go in and knock out a young, hungry contender. There's it's matchups, right? It's timing.
And I've asked, King Green this in the past, and I think you're the perfect one to ask too. Like, what's the difference between maybe fight fans now and then like fight fans like, 10, 15 years ago that they didn't watch MMA when Strikeforce was a thing or King of the Cage, or they only know Jose Aldo as the guy that lost to Conor, not, the Jose Aldo that was doing this thing at featherweight.
And the fans, dude, the fans are funny. The fans have always been like that. I don't worry about the fans. Sure. They pay green. So it's whether you love it, hate it, they paying me regardless. So, the fans are, they choose what they want to choose. But I'll tell you this, for the fans, like I'm happy to be back here. I'm grateful to be back here. It's been a long road to to get back here. I didn't even think I'd be back in UFC with stuff that had kind of happened, my losing streak and just the way I was performing, to pull myself out of bare knuckle, out of the gutter, which you ever seen the movie The Ring? Like crawling myself out of the well, you know, to get like hunting people down to be back here. I'm super grateful. And obviously I got the fans to thank for that, because they're still tuning into my fights. They love what they see, and even life outside of UFC, people have been nothing but of support. And I really appreciate that. That does mean a lot. So I'm in super gratitude for the fans, the people that want and love to see me. You know, fans from all over, Jeremy Stevens, you know, they'll recognize me anywhere. I love that shit, man. It's cool. It's good that the fans recognize me. They love my fighting style, and that ranges from young kids. You know, I was in Denver, and little young kids, and then there's like old men, you know, like. And then there's I've been in the UFC PI. A girl was speaking Portuguese, and she's like, all I understood was her mom and her fans. And I was like, cool. Obviously, they probably seen me knock out Hani Jason or a Brazilian down there, and they weren't thinking that I wasn't like Brazilian. They were just probably like, man, I like that style. That's a human being. I want to fight like that motherfucker. That guy's nasty. So to inspire like that and see that here, it's like I'm grateful.
To kind of go off of that, do you think this is just based on what you did outside the UFC, like making a big name for yourself in BKFC, and then to come back here? Do you, like, I remember when you had that long win streak of knockouts, but do you feel like your popularity has kind of never been higher than it is now, just based on how you were able to regrow your name outside of the UFC and then be able to come back?
Yeah. I grew my name inside the UFC, and to get the following and then recreate something out of like nothing. Most people, they get canned from UFC, they get fat, they fucking retire, or they lose their mental health. And I'm not even joking. That's not even funny. Like, that's just fucking facts. I have a big brother that's looking down, Anthony Johnson. You know, I seen him do it. You know, he got outside of UFC, moved up weight classes, and he was just banging heads. Next thing you know, he's banging on the UFC door again, that they let him back, and then he ends up fighting for a title. I kind of kept that inspiration. Like I said, man, there's some stuff that happened. I just don't feel like we were seeing eye to eye, and we kind of like let go. And I was like, fuck, man, I'm not going to lie, bro. I was like hurt. You know, I was like, damn, dude, like UFC is like my dream. I've been watching this since like 5th grade with my grandfather. And I was like, man, I want to do that. And to be doing it as long as I've done it, you know, it's like, I know this is like my calling. So to get that taken away and then have it back, you have no idea what it feels like to be here.
Last one for me. I saw you do an interview, and I think you used the phrase you're going to speed run the rest of your career. So I guess, what do you want the rest of your career to look like moving forward?
Just keep me busy. You don't ever see me sitting on the sidelines. I've been doing this shit since 16 years old, fighting 3-4 times a year. I'm 39. In 2025, what I fight 3 times. You know, I'm making good money. I'm loving and providing for my family, creating financial freedom for them. But I love doing this. I love to hurt motherfuckers. They paying me really well to do it. I love knocking people out. I love recreating new knockouts. I don't just have a right hand. I got flying knees, spinning back fist, head kick KOs, left hook, ground and pound. One of the bloodiest fights in history. And that's without steroids. And I don't think anybody else can really compete with me, or I have probably one of the top 10 highlight tapes in the world, and I'm still doing it. It's just out of pure love and passion. It's just something that I was born to do.
Jeremy, over here. Obviously, you've been fighting for a very long time, got a lot of fights. You're 19 years this month from your UFC debut. You have an impressive perspective on kind of the evolution of the sport and this company. You know, we talk about it, you know, amongst ourselves, and fans do, and that kind of thing, about kind of the eras, the periods of this company. You know, when you look back, I don't know how much you do look back at this point still, because you're still in it, but looking back, kind of, when was maybe your favorite time to be fighting in the UFC, or maybe be watching, you know, fights yourself?
Right here, right now.
Yeah.
You know, I don't look at the past. I don't, man, I used to take out my rear view mirror just because I didn't like looking in behind me. I swear to God, I did that when I was a kid. I don't know. I just, I stay present now. You know, maybe when I retire, you guys want to ask me what my favorite knockout was. Until then, it's right here, right now. 39 years of age. I'm still performing at a very high level, still hitting hard. I'm still springing my step. You know, I just fought a young, hungry dude, the last one in MMA. And, you know, I displayed a lot of heart and skills with very minimal preparation for MMA. So I think this is the time right here, right now. You guys are in for a real treat. Come Saturday night, we got a like-minded opponent. And yeah, always stay present, my man.
Well, let's talk about the present then, too. Obviously, you're talking about a like-minded opponent, someone of a similar age group who also is OG in this sport, right? You guys have kind of a different mentality of maybe fighting because you guys came up at a different time. What do you think of kind of fighters that come up nowadays and maybe the styles that they bring about where it's much more, let's say, like mixed from the beginning than you guys were?
Yeah, I love it. People want to hate or be like, oh, you know, the style. Man, like I just kind of explained earlier, like I had a fucked up childhood, right? Like everybody's has like something, right? But I take the good, the bad, the ugly, and I'm sitting on my parents' shoulders because of what they did, all the bodies and carnage that they laid out. I'm like, I'm here living my life, and now my kids are. So it's like, you know, I have nothing but gratitude for the Ilya Taporias and guys coming out because we evolutionized that. Them we're like, damn, I want to fight like that. I want to fight like John Jones. These little 5-year-old kids, 6-year-old kids. There's more intellect. There's more media. There's more eyes. There's more money. There's more. It's just enhanced. Like we're vibrating on a higher level. The ripple effect that it's taken. I'm like, I'm a part of that. I feel like when I'm in the PI, I'm like, this is the house that I built with my sweat equity, my blood, right? Like, and these young kids get to come up and live off our hard work. They're going to get paid. They're getting signed for more money. I don't know what the minimum is, but when I first fought Den Thomas, I was making $3 grand. I was making more than that when I was fighting on the smaller shows. So it's like, I'm not hating at all. Like I've never been a hater. My mom never raised a hater. Like I'm a passionate motivator. Like I'm happy to see these guys that are changing this sport. And then like these countries that are coming in, the fans that get behind their countrymen. They don't care whether you're laying or praying. Like they're supportive. And that's so cool because that's like what we always wanted, and to see it here in front of our eyes and changing the world and fighters doing what they're doing today. And you're meeting just all types of different characters. It's incredible. And I feel like I had something to do with that. Thank you.
Jeremy, right over here. What can you tell me about Wednesday night fights at Toad Holler?
Oh shit, man. Just, you know, a lot of smoking cigarettes back then. You know, you just step in the ring. You know, if we were to like look at each other like, yeah, I'm 165, or like, you're definitely not 165, but we're like, all right, let's fight. And you fought, you know, and then afterwards, like my sister, my older sister was pretty cool. She'd always like, she's real friendly. So she used to like talk to the strippers that were there. She's like, yeah, this is my little brother. He just fought. And they'd be like, oh, So I just remember stuff like that. Like, damn, this is where I want to be, you know, smacking motherfuckers, laying them out, and then getting some titties in my face, you know? So, when I was 16, I kind of think about that. I used to just, I had a friend named Jordan Ayala. He would drive me. It would just be me and him. I would just show up, I would fight, and then I would leave. And then like everybody would be talking about it in school or whatever. Those were good times to think about it. Now I'm like, damn, I have a nephew who's 16. I don't think I would ever tell him to go to a bar and sign up and fight grown men. My grandfather told me to do that. You know, this is the guy I was watching UFC tapes with down in the basement with my grandma, and he kind of seen me grow up because I had to live with him. He seen me fight on the street. He kind of seen the upbringing. And at 16, he's like, hey, I think you should come down here. I watched that the first week. The second week, I went back and fought. And in, like you said, 19 years in UFC, it was my calling. So good memories there.
Yeah, it sounds like you were putting on some action, and then your sister was helping you get some, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. God bless her heart.
So this will be your 60th pro fight across combat sports, and I'm sure you've had more like at Toad Holler and everything. What has been the key to your longevity and success in this sport after over 60 fights?
To adapt, to keep a growing mindset, to keep positivity, even in the negative, to find something positive. I'm probably one of the most positive people you'll ever meet, come across. I don't accept no. I believe in God. I have like such strong faith, even when people don't see it. And the Charles Darwin, you know, I'm it's not the strongest or the smartest. It's the person willing to adapt to change. I'm willing to adapt, to grow, to learn, to fail, to be humiliated, to go through the shit, to crawl out the mud, and get what I feel like is certain in my heart and in my mind. And that's positivity and growing to get better every day, no matter what. That's just a mindset. That's not even fighting. I'm talking about when I'm 80 years old. I've never taken steroids. Even though I'm sponsored by Blue Chew, I don't take the Blue Chew pills. I want to be 80, picking the old lady up, shaking her down like dice, running marathons, living my life, and not be all like crunched over and hurting. And I want to live that life. So I feel like, as I grow, like I'm like, damn, I'm projecting this life through my mindset, through what I feel in here, and being authentic and true in my heart.
So I saw you were making music on Spotify under the name Little Heathen. You actually made a song about your partnership with Blue Chew and everything. When are we getting a new song, and what made you want to do that?
Just for fun, because I used to just rap in high school. Me and a buddy just beatboxing, rapping, and just getting creative, like podcasts. Everybody's doing something. I was like, you know what, man? Like, I'm gonna make a rap song. I got Rick Rude out there, cheeks clapping. We got a couple other things, but man, I'm so busy inside of like fighting, making changes, like going out to Vegas, changing up my training camp, that I don't get to do that all the time. So I stay focused on the main thing, but on the outside of the box, like I love having fun. I love rapping and creating Blue Chew type stuff. And you heard that Blue Chew one? You like that? Yeah, it's not bad, huh? So I just having fun, doing my thing.
It was a lot better than I expected, to be quite honest with you.
Thank you, my man. I appreciate it.
Of course, thank you.
More coming.
Back here. Obviously, you were talking there a bit about like coming back to MMA after being out a while. Your last opponent, Mike Perry, is doing that next week. What's your kind of advice for? I mean, he's been out a lot longer for MMA than you were, but what's your advice for someone like him coming back over across the disciplines?
Yeah, just preparation. Be about the only thing that I could say is box or bare knuckle and UFC are two different completely sports. Even though they may think that they're competing, they're not even close. They're two completely sports that are very entertaining. I would just say prepare, because preparation is very key. MMA is a completely different pace, completely different fight than bare knuckle. And I wish nothing but the best for Perry and Diaz. Man, it's cool to see two guys of the sport built their names here in UFC to go over to MVP, getting paid millions of dollars for very entertaining fights, and those guys are both entertaining. So preparation be the main thing.
You've got a bit of history with obviously the Diaz team, and then of course you just fought Mike. What's your prediction for that one?
Damn. And MMA, I'd have to go with Diaz. I don't know. You can never bet against Diaz. Bare knuckle, I'd say Perry. Perry is a fucking different breed. He's obviously bigger than me, but one thing I took from our fight was his unique ability to take pain. I don't think I've ever been in there with a guy that's been able to take those type of shots and just kind of walk forward. Obviously, he's heavier than me. We fought up at 175. I would have liked to fought at 170, but when you're pulling in cash and he's the face of the BKFC, and you got to do what you got to do. But for MMA, I'm going to go with Diaz. I think he's long, he's got the jiu-jitsu. Just depends on if he can get him to the ground and get it there, because I don't think if he doesn't get him on the ground, it's kind of tough in the stand-up. Perry's a beast. He'll walk through them shots, and Nate gets cut a lot. So it's a very interesting fight. If I had to put my money, I'd go Diaz.
Last one, while you were doing the BKFC, obviously you and Connor got to become kind of friendly, it appeared, or got to mend that relationship. What's your relationship with Connor like now, and what was it like getting to spend some time with him?
I still want to beat up my boss, that's for sure. I mean, who doesn't want to beat up their boss, right? Who doesn't want to? Me and him got a lot of fucking history. I'm surprised we're not fighting here in UFC, and just like what we got going on. Me taking a picture with his mom, the BKFC, our story, the journey. We're both similar fighters. We both like to stand, and I wish him nothing but the best. I'm still around for those types of fights, and putting myself in a position to get there. And Saturday night will be no difference. Getting a good win, I'm always just one fight away from something really fucking huge.
Well, yeah, I know they're talking about he has a fight, but he hasn't got an opponent yet. So maybe you win Saturday, get on the mic, and make that happen.
Hey, you're the man, bro. Thanks for saying that.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy the show.
Good morning.
You guys good? Oh, Waldo, over here, other side. Before we begin, can you explain to me about your shirt you're wearing right now, what it says?
Antes de eso, la camiseta de...
You know I'm Dominican Papi, no?
Hable el micrófono.
Now you know.
Well, speaking of this fight, you know, the last time we saw you was earlier this year. You wanted to be active. You wanted to be on the Mexico card. You wanted to fight Curtis Blaydes, but now you get Alexander Volkov and a potential top contender fight here on a big pay-per-view. So I guess just how's the last couple months been, and what do you make of Volkov as an opponent?
O sea, quería siempre estar activo. Mencionaste que querías pelear en México, que querías pelear en otras carteleras, que querías estar siempre activo peleando. Y ahora, acá estás en New Jersey, vas a pelear contra Volkov. O sea, ¿qué piensas de esa pelea ahora que salió el nombre y con quién vas a pelear?
Sí, siempre quise estar activo en lo que viene siendo este año. Quería pelear en México, quería pelear con Curtis Blaydes, así como se decía, pero no se dio. UFC tenía más oportunidades más buenas para mí, como ahora como Alexander Volkov, y ahora hay que aprovecharla y seguir hacia adelante y tratar de hacer lo que se pueda y ganar.
Yeah, I wanted to be active. I wanted to fight in Mexico, as you mentioned. I wanted to fight Blaydes, but then the UFC had, you know, another great opportunity for me, and we were here about to face Alexander Volkov, and now is make the best out of it and make the best out of the opportunity and try to get the win.
You fought many different kinds of heavyweights, like the tall ones, and obviously the Derek Lewis fights that are, you know, he's much more of a brawler. I guess where does Volkov rank compared to like your past opponents in skill set and just what he can do in the octagon?
Has peleado contra todos los tipos de pesos pesados, obviamente muchos más altos o bajos, y también ahora contra Derek Lewis, que sabemos que viene con fuerza, un peleador, por así decir. O sea, ¿dónde ubicas en términos de cualidades y de habilidades lo que tiene Volkov en contra de los rivales que tuviste?
Contra los rivales que tuve antes, Alexander Volkov tiene más inteligencia lo que viene siendo en el ring. Hay que ser muy precavido con él porque es un peleador muy peligroso, pero así como he peleado ya con peleadores más grandes que él, más peligrosos que él y todo, ya sé cómo es la faceta de él. Él es un peleador que no le gusta mucho confrontar mucho al peleador y hay que confrontarlo a él para que haga errores y así ganarle.
I think he's as far as other fighters that I've faced, Volkov is a very intelligent fighter, somebody that you have to be very cautious with, and somebody that's, you know, I've faced other fighters and he's faced so much competition. So you've seen what he offers is somebody that smartly avoids confrontation. So you have to take the confrontation up to him and take it up to him to win.
Well, I was going to ask about that because Volkov, like especially against like the Sergey Pavlovich, like he can make it technical and slow, and maybe the crowd doesn't like that type of fight. So I guess how do you force that type of fight, or do you even want to force it? Because the win is just the most important thing.
Y justo iba a preguntar, o sea, acerca de esto, es un peleador que hace que las peleas se vuelvan técnicas, a veces un poco feas. Por ejemplo, la pelea contra Pavlovich, o sea, es una persona que hace eso. O sea, ¿qué tienes tú que hacer tienes que básicamente forzarle esto, o sea, hacer un esfuerzo para sacar una pelea de esto, o básicamente la victoria es lo más importante? O sea, ¿cómo uno maneja con eso?
Sí, sabemos que la victoria es importante, pero también tenemos que tener importante el cómo la ganas y demostrar allá adentro quién eres. Siempre he sido un peleador de mucho volumen y que planeo lo que viene siendo este sábado, hacer un poco más para que la pelea sea emocionante y así acabarla rápido.
Yeah, the win is really important, but the way you get the win is just as important. I've always been a fighter of a lot of volume. It's going to be no different this Saturday. That's what I need to. That's what I've done. That's what I need to do, and that's what I'm going to do on Saturday to finish that fast.
I'm sure you've been asked this 1,000 times leading up to this, but you obviously have the interim fight between Alex and Cyril coming up next month. Tom says he's probably going to fight the winner of that because he's going to be cleared soon. You got Josh Hokett and Derek Lewis on that card. A lot of people think if Josh wins, he could be fighting the winner of this. So what do you make of the heavyweight division as a whole? And what did you make of Josh Hokett's last fight against Curtis Blaydes?
Yo creo que te han preguntado eso 1000 veces acerca de eso. O sea, sabemos que tenemos un cinturón interino, un título interino que va a pasar ahora. Se sabe que Tom Espinal está listo y dijo que va a pelear contra el ganador de esto una vez que esté listo y que sea posible. que pelee. Y ahora, por cuenta del performance que tuvo Josh Hockett, ahora Joe Hockett va a pelear contra Derrick Lewis. Y Hockett dijo básicamente, no, yo voy a pelear y yo voy por pelear el ganador de todo esto. O sea, ¿qué piensas tú de cómo se formó todo eso y del performance que tuvo Hockett en su última pelea?
Bueno, lo que siempre he pensado de que después que peleó Alexander Volkov con el City Game, que Volkov se llevó la victoria esa vez, creo que una victoria con el Volkov este sábado, ya mirando que City Game va a pelear ahora en la Casa Blanca, todo eso heavy va a pelear en la Casa Blanca, me va a tocar estar libre para prepararme bien y que se dé la oportunidad de pelear con Tom Espinal, ya que Tom Espinal está esperando unos peleadores, pero sabemos que ya Alexander Volkov le había ganado a Cyril Gane. No lo van a querer poner pelear con él de nuevo. Ahora, yo ganándole a Volkov, puede ser que me den la oportunidad de pelear por el título con Tom Espinal.
I think that after the fight that we had between Volkov and Gane from before, so you consider the result of that fight, and then the fact that Tom said, well, he wants to wait for the winner of this fight for the interim title because of the result of the fight. And I think that Volkov, like having beaten Cyril, they don't want to make that fight again. So I do think that I should be ready for a fight, and I could be fighting for the title if all chips fall.
Then just last one for me, unrelated to this fight, but I have to ask you. A lot of Americans got to experience Dominican baseball through the World Baseball Classic, and I think a lot of us fell in love with that team just based on their personality. So I guess what was it like for you watching kind of the rest of the world experience Dominican baseball on such a massive stage like the World Baseball Classic?
Una pregunta que no tiene que ver con pelea, pero mucha gente acá en Estados Unidos tuvo la oportunidad de, o sea, saber lo que es la dominicana por cuenta de World Baseball Classic y este equipo de República Dominicana que básicamente robó el corazón de toda la gente. O sea, la gente conoció una cosa que no conocía. O sea, ¿cómo fue para ti? O sea, tú conoces muy bien esto. ¿Cómo fue verlo y ver que la gente está admirando tanto la selección de República Dominicana y que los americanos y los gringos básicamente se enamoraron de este equipo?
No, sí, siempre ha sido así. República Dominicana siempre ha tenido muy buenos jugadores de béisbol. Siempre nos la han dado, como así se dice en República Dominicana. Pero la humildad que siempre tenemos y que podemos meter en el juego también en algo especial para lo que viene siendo el fanático es increíble.
I think that the Dominican Republic has always had great players in baseball, but it's basically, we like to say we give our all, and everybody sees that. But for people to have seen that and to experience it, that's amazing.
Waldo, right over here. You reached 10 wins in the heavyweight division faster than anyone in UFC history. Does breaking those kind of records mean anything to you, or are you just focused on getting to the title and that's all that matters?
Y las 10 victorias en los pesos pesados has logrado eso más rápido que nadie. O sea, récords, romperlos, estos logros son importantes o el título es más importante que cualquier cosa.
Todo es importante, todo en esta carrera va creando récords y récords, todo es importante uno tras otro, porque así mientras se va creando uno, otro se va abriendo para romperlo. Pero todas las peleas que he peleado en la UFC son importantes para mí, todos los nombres que han pasado por el octágono conmigo han sido importantes porque es un recuerdo para mí que me voy a llevar siempre.
All the accomplishments, all these records and everything, they're important, one after the other. As you get them and as you actually break one, others open up for you to break again. So those are great opportunities. They show things. And for me, everything has been important. Every fight that I've had, all the opponents I've had, everything is something that I remember dearly and I carry with me.
You said the punch that knocked down Derrick Lewis was a changeup. What punch are you going to knock down Volkov with?
Mencionaste que el golpe que pegaste a Derrick Lewis fue un change-up. O sea, ¿cómo va a llamar al que va a pegar a Volkov?
Bueno, vamos a ponerle que un sinker a este.
That's going to be a sinker.
Back here, obviously after the event back in January, Josh Hockett called you out. What do you think about Josh and what do you think of what he's been doing and him getting that big fight at the White House?
Y después de la pelea después de la última pelea, Hockett te pidió tu nombre. O sea, en un momento mencionó ahí. O sea, ¿qué piensas del hecho de que va a estar peleando en la Casa Blanca y de lo que habló de querer pelear contigo?
No solamente que habló conmigo, él habló sobre mí, habló sobre mi familia, habló sobre mis hijos, habló un disparate de mierda, no sé qué personaje le tocó para hablarle de mi familia o algo así, pero me lo encontré, lo que viene siendo allá en el Apex, y lo confronté, lo que viene siendo en el ring, y lo miré como una simple cucaracha. Le dije yo, tú no sirves, le dije. Y le dije yo, prepárate bien porque me va a tocar pelear contigo algún día.
Not only he said things about me, he said things about my family, about my kids, by everybody. I don't know what character got into him for him to say, just talk all that crap. But basically, I saw him. We're at the Apex, so I saw him up close, and he was there training, and kind of looked down on him a little bit. And I just said, "Listen, I don't know what you're thinking, man, but get ready because it's coming for you."
Did he go too far?
Pasó de los límites.
Esa vez él bajó, me lo encontré en el elevador y me dijo, no, discúlpame, eso fue solamente para hacer noticia, eso fue para tú y yo hacer una buena pelea por dinero en el futuro. Dice, qué pendejo eres, pussy, le dije.
He said, when I saw him out there, and he's like, we saw each other around the elevators there, and I said, what he said, I was just saying those things to sell the fight. I was just saying to create hype and everything else, and I just said, you're a pendejo, man, you're a pussy.
Y que me diga que si en la cámara después que haga un video y que me diga que sí es mentira, que mi esposa también lo confrontó.
And I want him, why don't you get him on camera? And so I'm like, why don't you, if it was a lie, go ahead, because my wife actually fronted him too. And it's how like, go ahead, say it on camera. It was all a lie.
So do you think you will fight him eventually?
¿Crees que va a pelear con él en un momento?
No, pues sí, pues lo vemos que está haciendo lo que está hablando y hace su buen show, así como lo hizo con Curtis Blade. Eso se espera, que no.
Yeah, I mean, if he continues to talk and walk the walk as well, like he put on a show against Curtis Blade, then why not, right? It could happen.
Thank you.
Waldo por acá. Bueno, ¿qué parte de tu estilo crees que va a ser la clave para tu pelea con Alexander Volkov?
What part of your fighting style you think is going to be key to win against Volkov?
Creo que mi estilo de pelea va a ser, voy a tener que, como dicen en inglés, voy a tener que hacerle, presionarlo adentro y ser muy rápido con mis manos. Y si quiere ir al piso, vamos al piso. Y si quiere hacer clean, hacemos clean. Pero lo que quiere hacer es, estamos preparados.
I think it's like they say here, you got to pressure him, and whatever fighting style happens, if he's gonna be, on the ground, we'll do it. If it's gonna be in the clinch, yes, but whatever it is, we're gonna be ready.
Cortes Blades había mencionado que a quien habías ganado, que el Derrick Lewis que ganaste no era la mejor versión de él y que no sabe cómo pasaste encima de él para enfrentar a Volkov. ¿Qué puedes decir al respecto?
Blades said that the version of Derrick Lewis that you beat was not the best, and that's takes more to beat Volkov. What would you say to people that said that was not the real Derrick Lewis?
Siempre la gente dice así, pero vimos un Derrick Lewis cortando peso con cuadritos. Dijo él que nunca se había sentido en toda su carrera así como se había sentido, y después porque viene un dominicano y lo haces parecer como que un juguete adentro, dicen que no estaba ready. Eso es lo que es.
It's always like that. People are going to talk. You see Derrick Lewis cutting weight, showing six-pack and everything else, be feeling better than ever, and then like that, and all of a sudden the Dominican guy comes over and he runs him over like, oh, so that's nothing. So people are going to talk.
Ahora, tu plan, mirando hace un año, ha sido el peleador que más activo de los pesados, tomando peleas en corto aviso, y es lo que te tiene ahora enfrentando el número 2. Después de este combate, ¿quieres mantener ese ritmo o ya quieres verte en una posición en donde vas eligiendo fechas y rivales en el futuro?
And you've been the most active heavyweight in a long time, just always getting ready and always showing up for fights, and now you get the number 2. After a fight like this, do you want to continue to be active, or you want to maybe pick your spots in your fights in the future?
No, siempre entreno duro todo el año, todo el tiempo. Quiero estar activo siempre y que cada oportunidad que se plazca ahí quiero obtenerla. Ya sabemos cómo estoy en el ranking. Si si llego a ser campeón, si Dios lo permite, quiero darle la oportunidad a aquellos que vienen también subiendo y que sea más rápido. No quiero obstaculizar división y que porque debo entrenar por 3, 4, 5 meses. No, si estoy ready 2 meses, ya le tengo que llamar al UFC y estoy ready para pelear, buscar un peleador para pelear y ya.
No, always training, always ready to take on an opportunity and take on fights. I'll continue to do that all the way to a title. And when I'm champion, it's the same thing. I'm going to give the opportunity to people at that. Like, it doesn't matter if you guys are ready and we're going to wait 4 or 5 months to do it. No, if I'm ready and you're ready, I'll give people the opportunity. We're going to keep on fighting. Just give a call to UFC and say, book me.
Gracias, Waldo.
Waldo, just one over here in the middle. Got you. You just said you want to stay active. You said earlier in the year you want 5 or 6 fights. I guess, like, how does the UFC accommodate that, especially as you move up the rankings and talk about championship and titles?
O sea, mencionaste, quiero continuar activo, quiero seguir activo, aunque sea campeón y quiero seguir. ¿Cómo hace el UFC para lograr esto? O sea, porque una vez que estás ahí hay menos rivales. O sea, ¿cómo UFC sigue manteniendo un peso pesado activo con tanta gente?
No, si miraron lo que pasó el año pasado, estaba abajo en los rankings, pero así le da oportunidades a lo que viene siendo como Derek Lewis. No oportunidad porque se lo merecía por el tiempo que tiene todo así, pero miraban cómo estaba en el top 5, peleaba con el top 8 y cosas así. Ahora vengo con el top, a pelear con el top 2 y creo que el UFC tiene su plan, ¿me entiendes? Todo el tiempo. Y no creo que me saque muy fuera de lo que viene siendo el ranking, me pueda poner pelear con Husky o con otros peleadores de esa misma área, pero creo que la UFC siempre creo que me va a tener activo lo que viene siendo este año después de esta pelea.
I think that the UFC does a good job with this. If you think about it, not that I gave the opportunity to Derek Lewis, obviously he deserved for everything time in the company, but it's like if you're in the top 5 and all of a sudden you get an opportunity to somebody who's a top 8. So that has happened before. So I think the UFC, there's a lot of talent in the pool there that you can fight with people around the same like range and vicinity. So I think the UFC is going to always do a good job of putting people to be active in maybe a fight against Hogan or another name that's in there. Just within the range, I think the UFC does a good job of actually matchmaking and putting everybody together to fight.
You guys good? So over here, Bison. Right here. It's not every day we get to speak with a guy on the, maybe the preliminary card here at Media Day, but we get to speak with you. So I guess, are you kind of feeling the UFC machine and the push behind you? It's like this early into your career?
How much? Так, давай я на русском скажу. Скажи, что у меня такие ощущения 50 на 50, что у меня не очень сильно сейчас эта машина UFC на меня работает.
You know, honestly, I have like this 50-50 feeling that they're not working that hard to push me forward just yet.
Why, well, I guess, what I mean is, you get to fight on MSG, you get to fight on this card, we get to speak to you at Media Day. So I guess, what do you mean you don't quite feel it just yet? Because we don't get to speak with everyone like so early in the career.
It's maybe, it's effect from Chicago when I did 2 fights, so many attention for me was there. And it's maybe because I don't think so. I know it's not like there, but yeah, I know it's big cards, 3rd time. and I will fight the biggest names in this game. I think it's also cool.
In your last fight after your win, you called out Bo Nickel and you said, I want to fight someone famous. So I guess now that you have your opponent here, like, what do you make of your opponent? And were you hoping for maybe a bigger name for this next fight?
В прошлый раз ты вызвал Бо Никола, потому что ты сказал, что я хочу с известным именем драться. Сейчас тебе дали достаточно известного соперника, поэтому какие ощущения, что тебе дали именно его? Он достаточно известный.
He's not famous. He's good fighter, maybe better than Bo Nickel. I'm still want big names, someone famous. Now I don't have interest after this fight with Bo Nickel. I think he scared me. I want fight Romando Lidze, Marvin Vittori, top 15, top 20. I'm ready, and I hope they will give me after this finish. I hope.
So after this fight, you think you could crack into the top 15?
Yeah, I think so. And better is I saw the Lidze is 14 number, and I beat him, and I will be 14. And next fight we can also fight Fluffy and someone like this.
What do you make of Ateba, who's also on this card? Because it seems like you are the two big middleweight prospects coming up, and maybe you guys fight down the line for like a title or a number one contender.
Насчет Атибы какие у тебя мнения? Потому что он тоже на этом карде, он тоже такой достаточно, его тоже двигают вперед. Скорее всего, вам придется скоро встретиться или в какое-то время придется встретиться, и, может быть, даже биться за титул в свое время, поскольку вы такое новое поколение. Что, какие мысли?
I think it's easy money for me. He has only hands. You don't need love, brother. I'm serious. And like these guys who have only punch, only one round. After one round, you can see his last fight. After one round, he's a very bad opponent. He showed us second and third round very bad. He was tired. He did nothing and was very tired. It's not about me. If he will tired, I'll kill him. And it's easy money for me, I think.
Is that the type of fight you want, though? Because he is very popular, especially in the UFC.
Yes, why not? But he's not a big name, not 15 or 20. And if they want to give me a fight with him, no problem, anytime.
Your last fight was one of the longest of your career. Do you like getting that extra experience in the cage, or would you rather just finish fights quickly every time?
Твой прошлый бой один был из самых длинных в твоей карьере. Тебе нравится получать вот это экстра время в октагоне? Тебе оно помогает в карьере или нет?
I had before one decision, 3 rounds I did. Other fights always finish only one decision before UFC. And it was because 3 years I didn't fight before this one. It was my debut in US. Better, of course, is finish first, second round. And sometimes fighters need 3 rounds, 5 rounds for a decision. It's a good experience.
I saw you were a little disappointed that you didn't finish it as quickly in your last fight. You now have the 100K bonuses. Does that add a little bit more of an incentive in you to go out there and really put a statement on your fights?
В прошлый раз ты слегка расстроился, что у тебя не получилось все-таки его досрочить. В этот раз уже повысили бонусы на кону 100 тысяч, если ты завершаешь, может быть, получишь 100 тысяч. Является ли для тебя это мотивацией все-таки довести бой до конца, удосрочить соперника?
Of course, 100K is big motivation. I had before motivation to finish every my opponent. Now it's more than before, and I will try every second, every moment. I looking for finish.
I saw you posted a picture earlier this week with a bunch of other fighters. You looked very young in the picture. I know your first pro fight was at 18, but when did you start training, and when did you actually start getting into mixed martial arts competitions?
Ты поставил фотографию с другими бойцами, там было много вокруг тебя бойцов, из них ты выглядишь очень молодым. Я знаю, что ты дебют свой профессиональный совершил в 18 лет, а вообще, когда ты начал заниматься смешанными единоборствами?
I started when I was 10 till 3 years I trained, and later I go to play soccer for 5 years. I played soccer, and 18 I start again MMA. And the picture, I think you say about when I was small, right? Yeah. Это старые фотки.
just-
Он спросил в конце. Правильно я ответил?
Just because you're talking about the rankings next, and obviously your stock is climbing, have you and Khamzat talked about, the plan? Like, does he move up to light heavyweight as you climb the middleweight ranks, or what are your thoughts there?
Я знаю, что ты повышаешься в рейтинге, ты говоришь про то, что ты хочешь ворваться в топ-15, в топ-10. А с Хамзатом были разговоры насчет, в какой план вообще, вот если ты двигаешься вперед, выше, что происходит? Он, значит, должен передвинуться в другую категорию, чтобы ты мог завоевать эту категорию. Вообще вы такое обсуждали или нет?
Khamzat wants to take a second title after this fight, and yeah, we talked him. He said I should call anyone and I can beat anyone. He said I can finish the guys like Vittori, like these guys who I want call like first. He said first round you can finish them. It's not your level. Something worse like this, big motivation for me, and I also understand it, and we will try.
Well, just because you work with Khamzat so often, how do you think he does up a weight class?
He will look very good. I think he's 100% can take a second title.
And then last one for me, I saw you trained with Mighty Mouse recently, the UFC legend. So how was that? How was did you learn anything from that experience?
He gave for me and for young guys a good advice for about life, about fight career. That was amazing to meet the guys, he and TJ, and it's very very cool. Yeah, meet the guys like this.
Байсангур, привет. Ты изменил в профиле Инстаграма свой рекорд, поставил 12-0. Ты настолько уверен в победе или есть просто бой, про который мы не знаем?
You already changed your record in your Instagram profile. It already says 12-0. Are you absolutely sure in your victory, or is there something that we don't know yet?
Я в каждом бою очень уверен в себе. Я знаю, что, как я говорил, я выхожу не просто выиграть, чтобы просто выиграть. Я выхожу красиво выиграть, как-то красиво досрочить, чтобы все с этого кайфанули, кто смотрит, что меня запомнили. Просто зайти и выиграть, этого для меня недостаточно, поэтому я очень в себе уверен. И я надеюсь, так и получится.
I come out to every fight very confident. I know what I need to do. And I told you before, I don't just come out there to participate or just to fight. I come out there to win. I come out there to win in a spectacular fashion. I want to make sure that everybody who watches the fight really gets what they paid for. So, yeah, I'm sure that I'm going to be victorious this time.
Обычно Илья Топурия меняет свой рекорд в Инстаграме перед боями. У него подсмотрел?
Usually it's Topuria who's known to change the record before the actual fight. Is that something that you borrowed from him?
Я еще задолго до Топури, когда его еще UFC не было, ни меня, ни его не было. Еще я когда дома выступал по профессионалам, еще тогда менял.
I used to do this way, way ahead of time, even before Topuria, even before both me and him were in the UFC. When I used to do it back home, I used to always change it before the fight.
В гостинице сейчас дежурит полиция, усиленные меры безопасности. Насколько для тебя это комфортно или непривычно? И видел ли ты кого-то из команды Шона или, может, Khamzat видел?
There's heightened security in and around the hotel. There's police. There's security guards. Have you seen anybody from Sean's team, or have you and Khamzat run into them?
Не то, что даже в отеле, на этажах даже сидят охранники. У меня, у Khamzata на этажах я видел, охранники сидят. Дэна позаботился об этом. Я не знаю, я человек вообще, который не ищет никаких драк, еще что-либо. Но если Шон что-то захочет, он уже что надо наговорил, в принципе. Посмотрим, что из этого получится. Мы не собираемся какие-то тусовки устраивать.
Not just the hotel or around the hotel, actually on our floors, my floor, Khamzat's floor, there's actually security present on each floor. So I'm pretty sure that Dana made sure that everybody's safe. And, I'm really a peaceful guy. I'm not trying to start anything. I think it's for if Sean's team wants to start something, we'll see what happens.
Ты и твой брат Тамерлан, вы очень любите футбол. Скажи, как объяснить футбольному болельщику, что такое бой Khamzat-Strickland? С какими футбольными командами ты мог бы их сравнить?
You and Tamerlan, your brother, you're really big soccer fans. How do you explain to a UFC fan which teams I get, or how do you explain to a soccer fan? What would you compare a fight between Khamzat Chimaev and Sean Strickland? Which two teams could you show as example?
Я не знаю, я люблю играть, я не очень слежу за футболом, но я люблю играть в футбол и в Реале, и на FIFA, PlayStation я люблю играть. Ну, можно сравнивать, как, не знаю, как Реал Мадрид и Интер Майами. Вот примерно так.
You know, I don't really follow soccer all that much. I love to play soccer in real life and on, PS5. But I think if you compare it, they would be more like Real Madrid and Inter Milan.
Майами.
Inter Miami.
Хамзат — это Реал.
Yeah.
И последний вопрос. Ты Хамзата видишь гораздо чаще и больше, чем все мы вместе взятые в этом зале. Можешь рассказать какую-нибудь историю о Хамзате, которую мы не знаем?
You see Hamzat really more than anybody else altogether. You're always with him. Is there a story that you can share about him, something that we all don't know, but you do?
Ну, Хамзат не очень много рассказывает про свою личную жизнь, но я знаю, что он на камерах не рассказывает о том, как он помогает людям. Он очень многим пацанам, именно даже людям помогает. Сейчас недавно он в Дагестан отправил 7-8 фур помощи. То есть такие вещи он не публикует, не говорит об этом. У нас не принято об этом говорить. И я бы хотел, чтобы люди знали, что все деньги, что он зарабатывает, он пытается всегда кому-то помочь. Бывает очень часто пацанов отправляют на сборы, пытается как-то чеченский спорт поддержать пацанов наших. И такую историю могу сказать.
You know, Hamzat is pretty private about his life. He doesn't really like to kind of show it to the media and stuff like that. But what I'd like for everybody to know about him is that he does a lot of good with his money. So, for instance, very recently there was a natural disaster. There was floods in Dagestan, and he sent 7 semi-trucks full of aid down there to Dagestan to help people out. He also takes care of a lot of guys that are trying to train, they're trying to start in the sport. He will pay for their camps. Also people from Chechnya, guys from Chechnya that are just starting the sport. He's trying to push the sport up there as well. So, we don't really like to talk about it, and it's not something that is customary for us to kind of officiate that or to talk about this out loud. It's just something that you do. It's like something that is part of you that you don't talk about. But what I'd love for everybody to know, for the press to know, is that Hamza uses most of the funds that he makes for good only.
Удачи в субботу.
Спасибо.
Me, right? Окей, Бaisangur. Много вопросов задали, уже все интересно, много рассказал. Вопрос такой, болельщики интересуются, есть ли какие-то у тебя регалии в бразильском джиу-джитсу, может быть, какой-то пояс вообще вот.
The fans are actually interested in knowing if you have any accolades in BJJ, if there's a belt, or what's your skill level in BJJ.
У меня есть опыт, я выступал когда я был маленьким, прям таких, чтобы я какие-то пояса у меня были, такого не было. Единственное, я недавно, после крайнего боя у нас проходил какой-то блогер, и у нас в зале делали турнир, где выступал Гилбил Бёрнс, Деридер, Грегори, и, все наши пацаны тоже, и я там занял первое место за $25 000. По грэпплингу.
I used to, when I was younger, I used to compete in BJJ as much. It's not like I have some sort of, a high belt or a high praise, high honor. But I know that a little bit of time ago, back in our gym, we had a tournament, a BJJ tournament, where Gilbert Burns was part of it, Gregory Rodriguez was part of that, and in the gym, I actually placed first, and I won $25K.
Спасибо.
sit there and ask ChatGPT, like, hey, what can I ask Sean to, I've already asked him everything.
Well, what was your reaction when he posted the sparring footage last night?
Oh, God. It's funny. That's what led to me calling him out. Was it like, how long was the clip?
23 seconds.
Like 23. And what a little dirty bastard. You post a light spar. I'm going to take the hat off before they cut me. I try not to represent Monster on any press conference where I say something racist or based, as they would say. Statistics, man. It's so weird how there's a racist these days. I don't know a lot of terrorists, but normally they're yelling Allahu Akbar. But no, anyways, man. But like that's what I'm talking about. Like the guy's just a little fucking rat, dude. One, I didn't even know we were filming, and those were our warm-up rounds. It's like, dude, you're just a weak man. You're just a weak man. I mean, wouldn't you take that, a weak man?
I kind of, to be honest, I didn't think there was a lot in the clip.
Yeah, but it's also like, what is the point? You were light sparring, and you show those shorts a little questionable on my part, but they were Amazon,
It was a bad angle for you.
Yeah, it was bad. It was a bad angle. But hey, I like women. He likes goats. I win there.
Did you guys spar more than that? Or was that the only round that you guys ever did?
No, we actually only did. We did one. We've only sparred once, and we did I think it was 3-round spar. So we sparred once, but I kept telling you this, dude. When I go to a gym, I want to spar the best guy. I want to spar him, but he would always just go beat up the lower level guys. I don't know, man.
He said yesterday in his media that he called Hunter up and asked for this fight. He said he wanted to try your meat, and he called for the fight.
Try my meat.
Do you think he took something out of those spars that made him want this fight? Do you even believe he asked for this fight? What do you think is making him so confident coming into this one?
No, I mean, of course he fucking. I don't know, man. What does that even mean, dude? Did you call him a faggot when that happened? Did you say, what are you trying to fucking say, dude? All right, relax. No, I mean, I think it's also a good fight. I think it's a fun fight. There's so many people in the division where it's like what are the top 5? Brendan Allen, his fucking punching bag, his meat. What else in the top 5 division you have right now? So it's kind of nice just to get a fresh look, new blood. So I think the fight just kind of made sense.
Do you get the impression that if you can't get this done, there's no one else in this division who can?
Hopefully guys are learning how to wrestle these days. When you're dealing with that kind of like Chechen style of leg humping, it's unless you've experienced it before, it's hard to train for, because they just get on your leg and they just fucking hold on for dear life. They don't really, it's hard to experience unless you train with these guys. I've trained with these guys forever, so I kind of know what it's like.
Do you find everyone's talking like, oh, they can't see each other in the lobby, we might not be able to do a face-off? Are you kind of getting a little bit bored of that narrative? It's a bit like you are both.
I mean, I don't think he gives a fuck, does he?
He doesn't seem to.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I didn't even know how this even get started. Oh, I know how it got started. He said something about jumping me. He made a joke about all my friends would jump you. And I said, dude, you're a fucking coward. I'm a grown-ass man. At no point in my life have I ever said, I'm going to jump this man. To me, to say that and look myself in the mirror after saying that and saying that I'm going to threaten you and my fans, it kind of makes me feel like a pussy. So the fact that you can say that's why I say you're a weak man. So I think I said that, well, if you or any Chechen rolls up to me, they're going to get fucking, I think what I got 20 plus 1. My carry gun's 18 plus 1. So, but I mean, that's realistic. If you walk outside and there's fucking 5 Chechens trying to fight, not in New Jersey, obviously, because we're in a fucking communist state, but in Vegas, if I walk outside and there's 3 fucking Chechens, I legally could put a fucking bullet in each and every one of them. Why? Because in America, we value being a fucking man. In America, we value one-on-one fights. We value stand your ground. What we don't value is being a fucking weak third world fucking pussy who threatens friends. It's such a soft mentality. Soft man. You agree though, right? I mean, it's kind of a bitch mentality, right?
I don't.
Show of hands. Everybody's raising their hand.
But did you take, he tweeted about, you're growing up and stuff like that, which sometimes people like to throw out your way. Did you?
Oh, I didn't even see it. What did he say? You can say it. You repeat it.
He said that your dad made you a girl.
Honestly, my dad kind of made me violent because he was such a weak man. You're going to find that maybe Chimaev included, like growing up, my dad was like the boogeyman. Like he was the scariest fucking thing, the scariest thing in my life. You know, watching him beat up my mom, throw beer bottles at me. So it's like, to me, my dad, he almost made me a little bit like sociopathic, more like a sociopath than anything. He probably did more harm than good. And I'll never forget. I was like, I think I was 17 years old, and like he wasn't letting my mom go to work. And I walked in there and I was like, Dad, like I think I was a fighter at the time. I probably dropped out of high school. I was probably a fucking loser. And I walked in there and I was like, dude, you gotta let it go to work, dude. Like you gotta let it go to work. Mortgage must be paid. And the guy gets in my face and he says, like, I'm your dad. You're gonna fucking hit me. And I remember I just said, like, you know what, fuck it, dude. Today's the day. And I headbutted him, broke his nose, fell down, and this guy started crying. And it was like so disappointing to me because I seen this guy who was like this fucking psychopath my whole life who I was scared of. And you just see him, this whiny little bitch on the floor bleeding. So it's like, if anything, I would say my dad probably more made me a sociopath than why might have to shoot 3 Chechens on stand your ground law.
I'll leave it on this one. Look, the fight itself, everyone knows he's going to come out. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to shoot really early, and you're going to have to scramble and work your way back up. At what point in the fight do you think you start to turn it in your favor?
You know, I don't have an issue. Like my boy Johnny's in the back, dude. Let's go, dude. My boy's Johnny in the back, dude. I think he's a far better wrestler than Chimaev. He shoots better, has better stand-up. So it's like I've been training with guys that are better than him. I think Johnny beats him on any Saturday. So I just like, I don't know, man. I don't think he's gonna put anything at me where I'm like, oh, that's you know, maybe if he feints right and lands and gets lucky and lands a punch, but like punch for punch, wrestle for wrestle, I got this. But that was quick.
Sean, just curious. Obviously, a lot of people talking about the grappling with this fight, and people noticed a stat leading in that in all your UFC fights, no one has ever attempted a submission against you.
Maybe because I've only fought men. I don't know.
Sure. Does that surprise you at all, or like, did you know that stat?
I mean, dude, submissions are fucking gay, dude. It's like they're fucking gay. Like I'm sad that I have to potentially deal with a guy who wants to dry hump my leg. It's but I'm also never really in a position to for guys to do submissions, right? Like I don't want to go on my back, you know. I'm not into that shit.
What would mean more to you, this title win or your victory over Israel Adesanya?
Oh man, you know, dude, let me tell you guys, I don't like live in the past. You know, I'm always a forward, must move forward kind of guy. You know, it was dope, but you know, a W is a W and an L is an L. I think with Chimaev, it's more of like just a kind of a score to settle, you know, because we train. I think I fuck you up. You think you fuck me up. And it's like, it's really like, we just get to find out who.
Would you want your title reign to be different compared to the first time? Like, obviously, you weren't able to defend it. You had a pretty quick turnaround. Is things going to be different this time around?
Nah, dude, are you kidding me? I want a quick turnaround always, dude. I'm not fucking Chimaev. I'm not going to go home and fucking suck off a dictator for a year and live in fame, dude. I want to go fucking fight, dog. I want to make money.
Do you think Nasruddin Imavov is the top contender?
Oh, yeah, Nasruddin. I mean, I guess, is he the top contender now? I guess so. I mean, you know, the angry Muslim. I guess so. We'll fight another angry Muslim. Swear to God, to the UFC. Like, I wonder if the UFC wakes up and says, I want to actively ruin this sport. You know, let's go get the most unlikable pieces of shit and like, let's put them in the UFC. Like, fuck Tank Abbott, fuck Matt Hughes. Like, let's just go and get the most unlikable motherfuckers, dude. I mean, I told you a story, but I think I made a joke on Islam. You know, I try to lay off of it because I have a lot of Muslim buddies. So like, even though it's really hard for me not to, I try not to because, like, you know, I'll have like Muslim guys kind of like, Sean, like, you know, you met my mom, you met my sister, you met my kid, and you're sitting there like talking shit on my religion. I'm like, God damn it, dude. But I'm like, maybe that's your sign, right? Like, are there any Christians in the room? You know, are there any Christians? I can make fun of Christ all day long, and you guys would be like, well, you're going to hell, but good luck. But maybe that's your sign. But I try not to go too hard on Islam these days, just for the sake of my friends. But it made me laugh because he said something like Ali Akbar to a tweet or something I did. And I was like, bro, remember with Charlie Hebdo? You remember that? Remember that when you fucking piece of shit went there and murdered that fucking guy in France? Did you post about him? Did you condemn that? It's like, at the end of the day, dude, these guys, even Chimaev said, well, my Muslim community, dude, your Muslim community, bro, you guys are like, if that's your Muslim community, that you have to jump somebody or go murder someone for freedom of speech, like you have a serious fucking problem. And that is why the UFC bringing these fuckers in, fight or not. You just like, you make the sport almost unwatchable because you're bringing these people that are not compatible with America, that Americans don't give a fuck about. They don't understand America. They can never be an American. So it's one of those like shitty things where it's like the UFC will just keep doing it. But I mean, at some point, I don't give a fuck about Nasruddin.
Right. No, lastly from me, I see obviously like the odds makers have you like a 5-1 underdog, but I see a lot of fighters like the likes of Joe Rogan talking about how you're built for this fight and you have the skill set to win. What's the difference between what all those people are seeing and what the betting public is seeing?
Chimaev's best chance, it's not going to be grappling. It's going to be maybe if he slips right and does an overhand or something, or if he gets lucky. But it's like at the end of the day, guys, you could bring the best grappler in the fucking world and you could have us grapple for an hour. I will win. All I fucking do is grapple. You guys, what do you guys think? The reason why I don't post grappling is because it's fucking gay. I could go show me and Michelle trying to give each other CTE, and that's great. Do you really want to see me and two guys in the missionary position? Just like, it's fucking gay, dude. I don't want to do it.
Sean, on the countdown, Eric referred to you as maybe the captain over at Extreme. So I guess what's camp been like, with Francis preparing for his fight? Johnny just got his new fight.
Did you say Francis, bro? You're not allowed to say that. Do you see that logo? Wait, where does this logo? You can't say that. Francis is not allowed to be talked about.
It's too late now.
Motherfucker. I actually tried to bring him to the PI to wrestle with us in the UFC. He's like, no, it was like, you can't do that. Like, what the fuck, dude? African man walked across that continent fucking barefoot, and you're just that fucking salty because he wanted to go make more money and better his life. Crazy. Like, but UFC's gonna UFC. But no, dude, my camp's been great. Honestly, I hate training with Johnny. I truly hate training with Johnny. Like, it's I go and I look at his sparring and we just fucking beating up Brendan Allen, using him as a fucking piece of meat. I'm like, that'd be so nice. Can we get Brendan Allen here? Like, I want him as a training partner. Here I am training with Johnny, like world champion, like just having a fucking 5-round death match every day. And I'm like, that'd be real nice.
Who's the tougher spar between Francis and Alex?
Oh, that's a hard one, dude. Alex, and this is where Alex is going to excel so much at heavyweights, because like heavyweights, they're fucking heavyweights. Alex is not a heavyweight. Alex is a 205er with a heavyweight build that could be heavyweight. And that's why you're going to see him succeed so much, because you're fighting lower competition. You're faster, you hit harder. So no, I think, but then Francis is big and black, bro. I don't know, dude. If I had to pick who I had to fight, dude, I don't fucking know, dude. Well, we already know how one went. I don't know, man. They both suck.
You mentioned just now, you said, you have Muslim friends who say, why do you pick on them, right? Why not just keep the trash talk confined to the fighter himself and go, instead of going beyond the country?
Well, let me tell you, he kind of made that about that. He was the one that says this white guy, this American, like he kind of made that realm of, the first time I met, again, funny joke, he joked about being a fucking terrorist. If literally the first time I met the guy, he's like, oh, I'm a terrorist. I didn't say that, motherfucker. But no, you know what it is, dude? We live in a world right now where we're being like forced to conform to ideologies and beliefs that don't fit America. Like even, look at these Somali communities that come and just defraud the government. We are being forced right now as someone who built the Western world, who is a beacon of hope and freedom. Like the rest of the world models themselves off America, and we're being forced to import these third world motherfuckers that have really no right or beliefs or identity as America. And they don't come and they don't merge. They're not a melting pot. They don't come and say, you know what, man, I love freedom of speech. Draw any picture of Muhammad you want. Like they don't do that. They come here and they actively try to change their country to our country. They try to change it to their country that they left that fucking sucks. And it's just a damn shame that we have these fucking liberals that keep promoting that idea. If you want to go have Sharia law and you want to go cover up your wife and put her on a fucking towel and a blanket, go back to your shitty fucking country. We're not doing this shit in America. And every proud Americans, white, black, Mexican, brown, you guys have to speak up because these people are actively against everything we stand for as Americans.
Has anyone you ever trust or respected strongly suggested you cool down the rhetoric? There might be more opportunity, especially if you're a champion.
I don't give a fuck, dude. If Nike wants to come, give me a fucking, fuck Nike. You want to come, give me a logo as you go use little Chinese kids and make fucking shoes. Like, fuck these major companies. You don't want to sponsor me? Go fuck yourself. You're actually the problem, dude. Your DI initiatives. Like, I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't need to be a rich man. I'm good. I can retire right now. An extra $1 million? Well, I don't give a fuck, dude. Keep your money, you fucking corporate scumbags.
Sean, obviously the security here is much more elevated.
Yeah,
And followed around. When you left yesterday, the police are they state police? Who's following you?
Yeah, state police. I don't know. The state police, really good guys, dude. Really good guys.
I'm sure, but they're finishing up with media. Sean's on the move. Is this amusing to you?
Let me tell you guys, it's not the first fight where I had security. I think I've had a couple fights where I've had security. This is probably the highest security. But again, I don't think there really is a problem with me and Chimaev. Like, if me and Chimaev were here right now, we're not going to fight. Obviously, we're going to fucking fight Saturday. But this goes back to his point. Chimaev will come and he has to bring 30 fucking fanatical Chechens, and they cannot be trusted because they are not compatible with us. So why do we have security? We have security because we've somehow let these fucking savages come to our country, and he brings a 30-man entourage. And I have to be in America, and New Jersey, by the way, is a piece of shit state. No offense, New Jersey. There's no stand your ground, no concealed carry. It's real fucking bad here. But as an American, I have to be here and be like, hey, there are 30 third world country motherfuckers that won't fight alone, that are walking around real fucking stabby. Like, if this proves my point more than anything, I don't know what else does.
Have you been able to kind of explore it all, or are you interested in going anywhere or that kind of thing? How much has this kind of affected your
No, I actually love it, man. It's way more quiet. I don't get people harassing me. Usually, especially title fights, it's I always go the extra mile. Fans, if any fan comes up to me, doesn't matter, I always go the extra mile. So it's kind of nice just not having to do that, And again, I love fans, but title fights, there's a different level of people that show up that are more into the UFC. So it's kind of nice to be able to zone out a little bit more.
You said this is a little more elevated than it's been in the past. What are some other times, I guess, where you did have a little bit of security with you?
Oh, I think when I hit that guy in Australia, love tap. By the way, we got to find that guy and give him a shirt or a ticket, dude. Bring that motherfucker in. I mean, he didn't come up and say he didn't press charge. It was more like a love tap. It's more like a love tap. I won't say hit, but no, I think with me, usually with security, they just know that I'm volatile. And I want to say I'm volatile. I hit people that deserve to get hit. I'm not going to go out there and just attack you or attack him. But if a motherfucker needs to get hit, I'm going to hit him. And I don't give a fuck. I'll take my assault charge. I'll go spend a couple months in jail. I don't give a fuck, So I think the UFC is just more cautious because they know that I will hit a motherfucker. Chechen or not, 30 of them or 20 of them or 2 of them, I will hit them.
Do you really think anything is going to happen between now and fight night?
No, I know, of course not. But I mean, how much money is UFC invested in this? If one fuck up, and next thing you know, they lose fucking billions of millions of dollars. So I think right now they're just trying to protect their investment. But I think everything's fine.
Sean, the talk is that Chimaev is going to move up to light heavyweight after he beats you. If you win, do you think he stays and chases that rematch?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I think he would. I think light heavyweight's probably a significantly easier division right now than the middleweight. I mean, fuck, I should move up to light heavyweight. It'd be way easier than fucking middleweights. It's kind of again, there's something with and this is a known thing in the industry. There's a skill gap as you go up. So I'll give you an example. I'll coach a lot of guys and I'll help a lot of guys. So I'll go and coach the little guys, the 45ers, the 55ers. And sometimes I'm watching these guys and I'm like, you are doing everything perfect. You're checking kicks, you're punching, your volume, you're shooting. You are doing everything perfect. I have nothing to say to you. Right. And then I'll go watch a heavyweight guy. And I'm like, dude, you're leaning back. You're dropping your fucking punch. You're doing I could watch a heavyweight fight and there's a million things wrong. So it's a known thing that there is a skill gap between smaller guys and bigger guys. So it's kind of smart, you know. I just got to go and I can't tell you how many like Tom Aspinall, I smaller Tom Aspinall. I could fight this guy. I could fight this guy. He's big, but I could fight him. But yeah, so I think a lot of guys moving up, they're realizing it's just an easier time moving up.
That being said, is there a time where you move up to light heavyweight?
You know, I mean, maybe if I want to, you know, enjoy life a little bit more, I'm trying to think of all the light heavyweights I've sparred. Ankalaev, dude, Ankalaev would be a fucking fight. Ankalaev, I think, beats Chimaev any day of the week. So Ankalaev will probably be the next champion, hands down. I mean, it's crazy that Alex, like, that's how you know that you deserve your ranking and you are a champion, because you beat Ankalaev. Ankalaev is probably one of the best 205ers I've ever sparred.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. All right, guys, have a good one. You there, this fucking guy. You trying to race bait me, motherfucker? Let's talk about fucking Muslims.
What's up, guys?
Well, Josh, I know we expected to see you last month in Miami, but I guess a little setback on your end. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess how's, you know, if it was something on your end, how's physically, how you feeling now? And I guess, is this maybe best case scenario? Because this card in general seems bigger in the eyes of fans, so maybe more eyeballs on your fight.
Yeah, like I said, everything happened for a reason, and now, right now, bro, I'm 100% ready to go, and you know, I get a better poster as well, so that's a bonus.
Has it felt like you've been preparing for Tatsuro for a long time now? Because obviously you guys were booked years ago when you guys were still on the rise, and then booked for Miami and now booked for Newark. Has it just felt like one long preparation for this guy in your mind?
Well, the first time they booked us, it was kind of like a short notice for me, so I didn't really have time to like prepare for him. But yeah, now it's like what I got 12 week. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a long camp for him.
Is that? I mean, we're used to seeing you fight like on before you got the title fight. It was like every month or every other month you were fighting, and then obviously Pantoja, and then another kind of longer layoff in your mind. Have these longer camps been beneficial for you, or do you miss those quick turnarounds that you were on the rise for?
You know, now that we have like a longer camp, like I have time to recover and stuff like that. So we really have time to you know, work on more techniques and recovery as well. So my body is like, I think I'm getting stronger and things like that. Yeah.
Was there fear that maybe they would try to keep Taira on that Miami card for an interim fight, or were you hoping that they would just kind of keep this matchup and just kind of change the date?
Nah, man. When Hunter called me, man, I want it. I was like, yeah, I want it like the next month. Just just give me like a couple more weeks and we can run it. And you know what I mean? Shout out to Hunter and the UFC for rescheduling it like a lot sooner. You know what I mean?
What do you make of his skill set as a whole? Because just from the outside looking in, he has a very maybe unorthodox takedowns. Like he has that back mount that he kind of drags people down. He uses his weight really well. He says on the countdown he has better jiu-jitsu than you, and that's where he can probably shine. So I guess where do you make of his skill set as a whole?
Yeah, I think he's a well-rounded guy. He everybody know him from his ground, but he do have a little bit of striking too, you know. And like most of his fight, man, I don't know why people are dumb and trying to take him down, you know. Like I think that's the mistake that they make, you know. If he's better than you on the ground, then why, you know, trying to go to his game and things like that. So come Saturday night, I'm gonna make him play my game. And if we go to the ground, then we beat him there too.
And how's life been for you outside of camp and fighting? Because obviously for years we talked about, you know, you wanted to get your flag and then you got your flag. Now you're representing your country. Now you have the belt. So I guess how's life been on this journey compared to, you know, when you were originally on the rise?
Life is great, man. I always see myself as a champion anyway. So, you know, it's nothing new, man.
Good luck on Saturday, man.
Thank you.
Do you believe the fight against Ray Saruya prepared you for the fight against Tatsuro at all?
Yeah, every fight prepared me for this moment. You know, I think Tatsuro and Ray Saruya is two completely different fighters. So right now, man, it's just Tatsuro. Yeah.
And then if you do get past this test, do you believe that Pantoja is next, the winner of Horiguchi Cop, or maybe Lonnie Kavanaugh is next? Who would you like to face?
After I beat Tatsuro, that's gonna be the UFC to decide who I fight next.
Josh over here. How do you see that Manel Cop Kyoji Horiguchi fight going?
I don't know, man. Right now I got Tatsuro on my mind, so let them do their thing, and one day we can run it.
And last thing for me, have you heard anything about Pantoja, from Pantoja, just regarding his injury, timeline for return or anything?
Nothing. None other than what he posed or something, you know. Yeah.
Josh, right over here. This is the first title fight between two fighters born after the year 2000. What does it mean to be part of something so historic in the UFC?
It felt familiar. You know, this is not the first time I fought the guy that was born in the 2000. You know, this is the second time. It just happened to be so that we fight for a title. And you know, two Asian guy as well. So it's gonna be great for the Asian community.
Do you think this is the biggest fight for the Asian community in UFC history?
Yeah, for sure. You know, the two Asian male fight. This is the first time two Asian male fight for a title, right? So
I would believe
yeah,
so.
for sure.
What has it meant to you to be able to grow the name of the 4-ounce Fight Club? We've started to see guys over there start to grow their own names, start to carve out their own path, but you're kind of the one that was first on the scene to really make a name for yourself.
Yeah, man, it feel great. You know, shout out to Daniel Pineda was the first one to make it to the UFC, you know, from Houston. But it's always the coaches, you know what I mean? And shout out to my teammate too. You know, they push, like we push every day, you know, because we have a lot of fighters over there, so every day is kind of like a fight camp.
I've seen people still kind of berating you in the comments for the way you won the title, even though, like you said, Pantoja should have just fell the right way.
Yeah.
Does it annoy you at all, or are you kind of just over it and just kind of block out all that negative energy?
Man, I love it. You know, right? It kept me up there. It kept me out there. So you know what I mean. It got people talking. So I think that's a good thing.
Just curious, Joshua. I know, like on this run to the title, you've really prided yourself as the guy who's always active and make quick turnarounds and stuff. And I know you said your team kind of had to convince you not to fight in the previous month. Like, how challenging was that for you? Just knowing that that's your mindset, like you show up no matter what.
Yeah, you know, the UFC Noche and then even the Pantoja fight, like I fought with injury, you know what I mean? So it was nothing new to me, but I guess the coaches, you know, my training, if Daniel Pineda say no is crazy. You know how Daniel Pineda is, you know, he never want to pull out fight. So I guess he see something that he don't really like.
Is that like important to kind of have those people around you to maybe stop you when you want to go a little bit? Because obviously you're still very young and you want to have a long career, and the decisions you make now could impact the long term.
Yeah, man, I always believe in my coach. So whatever they tell me, is what I do. So.
First and foremost, Joshua, big fan of your work. Appreciate what you do. I also want to apologize for the jersey. You can't knock the colors though.
Yeah, the color is great, but come on, Ronaldo.
My boy Calvin's a Ronaldo guy
Let's
too. Can you dispel the myth or the fact? I heard an interview that you literally just seen like a McGregor fight or something like very recent, and you've only been training or mat time like 5 years. Is that true? Has it been longer than that? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, you know, I don't know what MMA was, you know, until Conor versus Mayweather, and I think was it 2018 or something. That's when I first walked into the gym, but it was like not a fight gym, you know. It was like a family, like, you know, fitness gym type of thing. And then 2020, that's when I met a real MMA coach that, you know what I mean, that trained me, stuff like that. So yeah, I start training MMA 2020.
And what can you attribute reaching your champion status by? Is it your drive, your ambition, your heart instilled from your parents? Can you speak on that?
Yeah, it was the believe in myself, right? And you know, my auntie is a big part of my life because when I first told him that I want to fight, she already talked to me as I was a world champion, and I haven't even start the training. You know, she was like, start watching interviews and all this other stuff, so that one day when you become a champion, you know how to talk in front of people and things like that. So, shout out to my auntie. You know, yeah.
Joshua, but just you know, you and Tatsuro are not quite the same types of personalities as the guys we have in the main event. How have you found kind of the whole build up to this card, and what do you make of Sean and Khamzat's carry on?
Yeah, I don't know about the main event, but you know, I just have Tatsuro on my mind, and yeah, I'm just excited for the fight day.
Has this week been any different? Like, obviously, I know that those guys have this big security and everything. Have you noticed anything like around the hotel that it's been a different week, or that there's been sort of hyped up security and all of that?
No, I feel the same to me. Yeah, I don't feel no different.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Tatsuro right here. I know we were expecting to see you in Miami, but now we're here in Newark. Is this maybe even a better case scenario for you? Because it seems like this card specifically has a lot more attention and eyeballs around the world. So more people will obviously watch your fight against Josh.
もともと4月の予定が、1ヶ月遅れたわけですが、今回のがもしかしたら良かったなっていう捉え方ももしかしたらできるのかなと思っていて、単純に試合の注目度、大会の注目度的にも、高いかなと思いますし、そのあたり踏まえていかがでしょうか。
Yeah, this is my first time in New Jersey. I'm super excited. I can prepare more for this fight. I'm ready.
Was it difficult because when Josh got pulled out of the first fight, it was so close to the fight that you had to maybe stop training to re-peak and come back down and then re-peak again? Was that hard on your body and mentally to kind of turn it back on for another month?
キャンセルになった直前でしたけど、ある種ピーク迎えた後で、一回落としてからもう一回ピーク作らなきゃいけないみたいなことだったと思うんですけど、この1ヶ月延期どのように捉えてますか？
It's not easy, but my team always supported me. So my supporters, my friends were flying all the way from Okinawa to watch my fight. The post-opponent was tough for them.
So they were supposed to go to Miami and now they have to come to New Jersey?
Yeah, some people, yeah.
I'm sorry for them. Was there any talks of you maybe staying on the Miami card and fighting an interim title? Because even Pantoja volunteered, like he'll fight for the interim belt, or did you think the UFC wanted to keep this fight with Josh, between you and Josh?
そのマイアミの時に、暫定王者みたいな形で誰かとやるのかみたいな話があったのか、パントージャみたいな名前も出てたり出なかったりとかな感じでしょうけど、それとも単純にバントのタイトルっていうのを UFC も望んでたと思いますか？
So when I heard this information, I thought a lot of situation. UFC moved a lot. Maybe he asked to fight in Miami. So I just waiting. I just wait. I don't care who's in front of me. Yeah.
And last one for me, Josh was just in here and he made it clear this was a very important fight for Asia because, the first two Asian fighters fighting for the title. Do you view the same and do you feel the magnitude of how important it is for both of your countries?
さっきまで女子がここにいて、本当にアジアを代表する2人、アジアにとっても非常に重要な戦いだっていうことを強調してくれましたが、達夫さんから見ても同じように、やっぱりアジアにとっても非常に、重要度の高い試合になるでしょうか。
Yes, it's very important for this fight for Asia. I think we have to improve more. もっとUFC を、日本もそうですし、アジアにもっともっと広めたいです。
And simply want to spread more to Japan and to Asia of the UFC.
Good English, by the way.
Thank you.
I saw you were training in Colorado at Tiger, right over here. I saw you were training in Colorado at Tiger Beetle with Corey Sanhagen, Justin Gaethje. Gaethje had a lot of nice things to say about you. What made you make that move over there, and how was it training in Colorado?
コロラドで2人とジャストレーニングしてましたけど、どういうきっかけであそこに行くことになったのかと、どういうことを学んだのかと。
They are always welcoming for us. So I appreciate it. 実はコロラドに友達が沖縄のところから練習してた友達がいて、その友達が、コロラドに、数年前に、沖縄からコロラドに引っ越して、その人が、ここにいいチームがあるよって紹介してくれたのがきっかけで、コロラドのトレーニングをスタートしました。
One of the reasons I started training in Colorado is old friend of mine from Okinawa. This guy used to live in Okinawa but moved to Colorado. So he kind of guides me or helps us introduce to these gyms and fighters. So that's one of the big reasons I've been training in Colorado.
You played baseball growing up. I saw that your older brother is the one that got you into the gym, got you training MMA. Do you think any of this would have been possible without him?
お兄さんがこの格闘技の世界に連れてきてくれたっていうようなことを拝見しましたが、お兄さんがいなかったら今この場にはいないということでしょうか。
Yes, I think yes. I always follow him. So 彼がその格闘技やる前からその K1 とかマーク・ハントとジェロム・レバンナとかの試合を見せてきて YouTube でその格闘技の世界を知ったのもお兄ちゃんですし、ジムに誘ってきてくれたのもお兄ちゃんで、本当ずっとお兄ちゃんの後を追っかけた感じです。
Yeah, it would always be my brother showing me these YouTube clips of my cunt, Jerome Lebanna, all that. Even before when we start training. And obviously he brought me into training in MMA. So it's always been my brother that's brought me here.
I saw you were with Japan, the Team Japan for the World Baseball Classic. You called play ball ahead of their game against Venezuela. Who is your favorite baseball player? Because I know there's obviously Otani, but now you got guys like Munetaka Murakami, Kazuma Okamoto. There's a lot of guys from Japan kind of coming up and being really good baseball players. So who's your favorite?
WBC ベネズエラ戦行かれてプレーボールしてたのも拝見しましたけど、実際一番好きな日本人選手は誰ですか？大谷翔平っていう名前が一番に上がってくるとは思いますけど、他にも岡本選手か、宗高。
Yeah, my favorites. Favorite player is Shohei Ohtani, of course. Yeah, I am Giants fan in Japan. So I like Okamoto. He's great player, and also I like Murakami because he is same age. So I'm excited to watch them.
Tatsuro right here. Some fans are saying Van's win over Pantoja was a fluke. Maybe he got lucky. I'm wondering where you stand on that. What are your thoughts on Van's win?
ファンの中では試合はラッキーだったとか、バンがラッキーだったとか、実際勝負になってないとかっていう意見あると思いますけど。
Yeah, I think it was too early. So yeah, we have to prove who's the real champion this fight.
So, you know, Manel Kopp, Kyoji Horiguchi, Pantoja in the mix, a lot of busy stuff going on top of the flyweight division. I guess, who would your preferred first defense be against out of those three?
As in, including Pantoja?
Yeah, yeah.
ケープとか、堀口教授いろんな方がどんどんフライ級かなり激しい争いになってますけど、その3人の中でパントージャ含めて誰とタイトル防衛をやりたいですか？
Yeah, I think Pantoja first.
And then last one for me, who do you think takes Manel Kopp versus Kyoji Horiguchi?
Yeah, I hope Kyoji. I hope Kyoji. Yeah, I think so.
Back here, obviously, your fight with Josh is sort of very respectful. You two both seem to not be trash talking or anything. What do you think of the main event and how those two are carrying themselves?
達郎さんとバンの間ではトラッシュトークとかもなくお互いをリスペクトしてという感じですけど、一方で、今回のメインイベントの2人を見てどう思いますか？
Yeah, I don't know how much serious なんだろうどのぐらい仲が悪いかわかんないけど、なんだろう警備員とかたくさんいて UFC も大変そうだなって思ってます。
Well, I don't know how serious they are and how bad they hate each other, but looking at all the securities here and everything, must be hard for the UFC.
Have you noticed it being a little different around the hotel and everything than a usual fight week because of the extra security?
普段のファイトウィークよりもやっぱりセキュリティ多かったりちょっと違うなって感じしますか？
まあそれはyeah, I feel yeah、そう感じますね。警備員多いし、なんかちょっと、映画みたいな感じ。
Yeah, I do feel that a lot more security than usual. It feels like you're being a part of a film or something.
And tomorrow at the press conference, it's just going to be you four up on the stage. Are you excited to see those two go at it?
記者会見は実際その普通2カードの4選手だけでやるわけですけど、まあ実際その横で何が行われるかわかんないですけど楽しみですか？
Yeah, I'm excited tomorrow, but I have to run away.
So in your last fight, you fought Brandon Moreno and with the round 2 TKO. Brandon Moreno being a 2-time champion and a former interim champion in the division, and having a huge win for you. Was that a ride high into the new? Did you want to ride high into the new year with that win, or was it something you kind of had to forget about really quickly because you had the title shot coming up, or did it give you just more confidence?
前回のモレノさんを振り返って、元王者モレノに対して2ラウンドでの KO 勝ちを収めたわけですけど、実際その後すぐに、タイトルっていう話も出てきたと思うんですけど、その試合振り返ってもうすぐに、何でしょう、もう少し余韻に浸りたかったぐらいの気分だったのか、もしくはもうすぐ切り替えてタイトルみたいな気持ちだったのか、ちょっとその試合後の気持ちなんかも教えてください。
このタイトルマッチを獲得するために、UFC 今フライ級いい選手がどんどん出てきているので、モレノを相手に、フィニッシュすることが自分に必要だと思ってたし、この戦いのために、前回の試合はあったので、あの試合の後すぐにタイトルマッチが決まってほしいって思ってました。
So with all the competition now within the flyweight, a lot of fighters coming up, I really knew on that Moreno fight that I had to finish and a good, not just a regular finish, but a good finish to get the title shot. And that was what I was looking for in that fight and hoping to have this week happen. So right after the fight, I was hoping I'll get a title fight, and So my mindset was quickly shifted to the title fight.
All right, and just with the title fight coming up, is training and all the movement during the fight week, originally being in Miami, and all the extra security added. How are you feeling going into your first title fight and potentially the first of many?
そしてついに最初のタイトル戦がもう数日後に迫っておりますが、マイアミのことがあって1ヶ月延期になったりとか、今週セキュリティが多いとかいろんなことがありますけど、今の気持ち的にどうですか？
本当に楽しみだし、なんだろう。本当に試合までもうすぐなのが、タイトルマッチがもう土曜日に控えてるっていうのがすごい夢のようで嬉しいですね。ここまで来たっていう感覚が一番にあります。
I'm really, really excited. It's only a few days away. It's almost like I'm here to the place that I've always dreamed about, and that dream it's almost coming true. So I'm really kind of feeling that excitement within me.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Tatsuro, what are your thoughts on possibly becoming the first Japanese champion in UFC history? And if so, what does that mean to you?
日本人初の UFC タイトルが見えてきたわけですが、それに向けてどういう楽しみであるか、どういう気持ちであるかということは、それが自分にとってどれだけの大きな価値を持つものになるでしょうか。
Yeah, it's my dream, and also Japanese fans have been waiting for the UFC belt. I will win and bring the UFC belt back to Japan. I'm ready to seize this opportunity.
And following that, I believe I saw a video of you meeting Naoya Inoue. Did y'all do any training together? And if so, how do you feel like that's helped you prepare for former fights in your career and leading up to this title fight?
井上尚弥さんと一緒に写ってる写真なんかも見させていただきましたけど、実際に一緒にトレーニングすることはあったんでしょうか？もしあったとしたら、それがこの試合に向けてどんな価値を持ったのか。
はい、大橋ジム、井上尚弥さんが所属してる大橋ジムさんのところで練習させてもらったことはあって、彼と直接練習させてもらったことはないですけど、スパーリングを見させてもらったことはあって、本当に、井上尚弥選手の本当、練習にかける思いというか、本当集中力とか、そういったものに圧倒されて、やっぱトップ選手から見習わないといけないのは、競技は違うけど、本当に見習うことが多い選手だなっていうふうに思いました。
I did visit Ohashi Gym, where Naoya Inoue is. I did meet him. I did not train together with him, but I did have an opportunity to train over there. I also had an opportunity to watch him spar. I learned a lot. The top level athletes, where he is and what he is, you can definitely see from how he trains and prepares. The focus. Like everything, he was super professional. So it was a great opportunity for me to be there, meet him, watch him. So I definitely learned a lot in that way.
Tatsuro over here. Last week there was a boxing card with huge attendance in Japan with Naoya Inoue and Junto Nakatani. If you win this fight, do you think that you could be that guy that can take the UFC back to Japan?
先週ボクシングの試合もありましたけど、実際この、タイトル獲得したら UFC を日本に持っていける存在になれると思いますか？
Yeah, I must be the person. Yeah, after after I be, after I win the belt, yeah, I want to help bring a big UFC event to Japan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get it popping. Let's get it popping.
Well, before we get into the fight, can I ask about the suit you have? Is there any meaning behind the split down the middle, black and white?
Shit, look good, feel good. I'm a crazy motherfucker. Yeah, I mean, I do shit that motherfuckers don't do. I'm just crazy. That's it.
Jeremy was in here and he seemed very, excited to fight you specifically because he had asked for someone for maybe his era and his generation on the rise. Because we were talking and I can't think of a fight between two guys that have more combined fights than you guys. So I guess when they came to you with Jeremy, was there a surprise that you hadn't been matched up earlier in your career? Or I guess was there excitement to finally get to fight Jeremy Stephens?
Keep it real, bro. Like, I just put whoever they put on the list, I just fought like a month or so ago. I got a week off. I went with my kids, spent a weekend with my kids, spent a weekend with my little girl at the time, and then back to work. And whoever they put on the list is whoever they put on the list.
Do you prefer those quick turnarounds at this, or do you like the long preparation in camp?
No, I'm trying to roll them out, bro. I'm getting node. I got limited time to do this. Better get me while I'm here. So I told the UFC, hey, you got 10 days to go. Let me heal up and go find me another fight, or I'm gonna go get LASIK surgery on my eyes, and it's gonna take a while. So I'm waiting. I only gotta wait till I'm 40. I gotta hurry before I turn 40. So I'm gonna do it when I turn 40.
And I also think this is your third fight in 5 or 6 months. So I guess physically, how are you feeling? Like, has it been taxing on the body?
Let's break that down a little bit. So I was supposed to fight Diego something in, I think, August. I think it was August, yeah. And I blew my knee out 2 days before the fight. So I had to do a 2-month camp, getting ready for the fight, blow my knee out. I go get a quick surgery. I'm back fighting a month after that. And then just keep rolling them out, keep rolling them out, keep rolling them out. And so I think the thing for me is just like activity. It's been a really busy and hard 6 months that you're talking about, bro. Like you said, a camp, surgery, 3 fights. I'm rolling, bro. I'm rolling. And there's nothing like this. You're not gonna see nothing like this. Not many people like me.
And I guess at this point in your career, is recovery longer at this point in your career? Because we know we see fighters like, when they were young, they want to fight all the time. And then when they get older, like recovery becomes a priority in fight camp.
Yeah. Those are one of the things I'm putting forward, really staying on a lot is recovery. We're focusing on that, keeping my body sharp, keeping my body together, to take all that type of damage. I drink a lot of collagen. It's my little drink right now. It's in stores and Sprouts. It's in Home Goods. It's in Amazon, Walmart.com. If you guys want to try it out, try it out. But yeah, just staying on the things that's going to help the body keep you around longer.
Does it help that you fought in essentially every style of fighter in there, that maybe you don't have to prepare for specific people? Because like I said, you've seen just about every style of fighting in there. You kind of know what you're getting in for in a fight.
I guess, bro. It's like, for me, this shit, like, it's different, brother. It's different. Like you talking about wins, losses, you talking about styles and all the other stuff. I'm not looking for none of that. What I'm searching for is like something different. It's only happened like once or twice where I was fighting Jim Miller, and in the fight with Jim Miller, there's something that happened. Something clicked, and I was in this zone. Some people call it the zone. I call it some crazy shit. I call it autonomous ultra instinct. You know what I mean? Some shit from Dragon Ball Z. But where you can't feel time, you can't feel energy, you don't feel anything, pain, any of that. And it was such a whoa, what the hell is this? Where I was just kind of like, I can just keep throwing, I'm just going at it, the crowd's going crazy, and you're in this certain place. And so for me, I feel like most fighters will never get that experience. I mean, it took me 50-something fights to find it. I'm like, oh, I like this. Now I'm chasing that. And so I'm not really chasing the W's, all that stuff. I'm chasing this new little high. And if I could tap into that and find out something deeper in fighting, you know what I mean? It's deeper in fighting and really, I don't know, like maybe it's becoming a master at some certain things where you're starting to come to this new level and, there's new levels I can still work and learn,
Then just last question for me, and maybe you haven't thought about it or don't care, but can you maybe compare or not compare, like reflect? Because I asked Jeremy this too. Like when you guys were coming up, just feels like a different type of fan that watches the sport. Like now it's much more internet based, a lot of streaming, a lot of guys that kind of want to map their career with specific matchups to get to the top. While guys like you and Jeremy said something similar, like I'll just fight a guy in front of me. Like I don't care who it is or what style of fighting it is. I just want to make money and keep fighting.
Yeah. It's all in your intentions. What's your intention? You know, some people are trying to chase gold. Some people are trying to chase, a perfect record. In my situation, bro, it's like I've always been the scraps. I've always been the person that I want to give it to you like this. It's been probably like maybe 60, 70% of my fights were short notice. They were not like I was supposed to be on the card. No, you two were supposed to fight each other. You got injured and they threw me in there. And they're like, well, who is that guy? And I came in on a week notice. I came in 2 weeks notice. And so I was always the guy who took your scraps. You know what I mean? Just like since I've been a little kid in foster care, I stayed on couches. I ate everybody's crumbs. I've always been that guy. Fucking nothing, And I took nothing and turned it into something.
King, based off that, everything you're saying there, like, is that where I guess your determination in fighting came from? Because, like, in recent years, you've had a few tough losses, and some people might, not be the same after that or walk away, like the Jalen fight or the Roofie fight. Like, what is it with you that you just keep coming back and nothing kind of deters you?
I ask myself that all the time. I think I'm fucking psycho, I had to really find that out, like, are you going to let these things get to you? These things bother you, I'm just fucking psycho, bro. And like the type of person I am, I don't know. I just go through this shit. I take a lot of fucking bumps and a lot of lumps. This should have been a hard road to be who I am and to walk this walk. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I wish I could find out. But I'm either really strong or I'm fucking nuts. One of the two.
Do you think you become more psycho as your career's gone on, or like, do you think it's actually faded from when you first started in the game?
I'm becoming more psycho because I'm realizing it now, like this thing for me and Jeremy, I want to tell Jeremy is I just want to find out who's more psycho because I believe he is too. He has a little bit of that in him too. And I can see it. And the things he's done, I'm like, oh, interesting. All right, well, let's find out who's more psycho. Because I'm going to go stand in front of you and look him crazy in his eyes and say, let's fucking go. And just, bah, 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 bah. And he hit me and I hit him, bah, 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 bah. It's finna go crazy, bro. It's finna do something crazy. And let's find out who's more psycho. I'm willing to do it.
Right over here. This will be your 30th fight in the UFC. Not a lot of people, I think there's only less than 20 that have ever hit that mark. What about you is something that the UFC wants to keep bringing back? And what do you think got you this far in your career?
What about me that makes the UFC want to keep me here or whatever? I throw shows, bro. And I think this is the issue for me is like, I'm just trying to show I'm an exciting fighter, Like I fought this last camp, I did not get the bonus, I wanted my bonus. It's my award. Like they can say Justin Gaethje got 14 bonuses. I got 9 and that would have been 10 the last one. So I could say, hey, I'm right there too. And I'm that guy too, So getting my awards in terms of those things and what was the second part of the question?
Just what do you think kept you around for so long? Is it that kind of psychopath energy you say you have?
Yeah. Like I've been looked down upon so many times. Everybody keep telling me I ain't shit, telling me I'm nothing, keep kicking me down and keep you don't belong here and you shouldn't be here and all the negativity, and I just keep showing them like, okay, I get it. I hear that. I hear you, but let me show you. I hear you, but let me show you.
So your last fight, a lot of people were mad you didn't get that bonus. A lot of people called it a career best performance out of you. Do you feel the same way? And what do you think made that fight as impressive as it was?
The dance partner, Zell Hubert brought it. He was standing right in my face. I'm like, oh, you gonna stand right there? Okay. Bop, 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 bop. You know what I mean? Okay, and so he made it. It's right, dance partners. I can't do this without another partner. I can try to run and chase them, but I'm not in the business of chasing people. I'm in the business of fighting people, And so if they're willing to fight, we're going to have a show.
So I see you had meet and greets in Cali and Vegas, and it seems like they've gotten a lot of people, gotten a lot of presents. How does it feel to be a guy that you know the fans are going to show out for and show love to consistently?
I'm grateful, bro. I'm really thankful, for everything I get, I've been a broke kid all my life, you know what I mean? I've been poor. I've been nothing. And so any attention, any love I get is very much appreciated. This shit and fans be so finicky where you're hot this minute, you're not, you take a loss and now they're like, oh, they're off that train and they're on to something new. I'm just grateful for everything I get, brother.
King Green right over here. Something I wanted to ask is where you and Jeremy Stevens, you were just saying both psycho, both guys who have been going at it for a long time, and both the people that the fans appreciate. How does it feel to even still be just trusted in a spot to even open up a pay-per-view headliner like that, and just the appreciation? How does it feel to have at least the appreciation from your peers in that way, that you're still trusted to do this even in with the career winding down?
You said career winding down. Bro, I'm just warming up. I may knock a couple more, maybe 3 more out this year. Who knows? I'm just warming up. I'm telling you, I'm fucking psycho. I'm just starting. I'll get mad and be like, all right, coach, let's go coach, we fight next week. Let's go. You know what I mean? That's the type of person I am. If you make me mad enough. I just lost $300,000 in jury. So I got to make up and get some more money. Like, I'm hot right now, bro. Like, I've really been through a lot right now lately. It's been a real dark path, you know what I mean? It's been real dark, and so I don't know, bro. It depends on how I feel and what's going on. I don't even know what your question was. I'm just fucking talking.
It's okay. The next thing I was going to ask is what you just said about the darkness, that you just had that amazing. You're coming off that amazing knockout. You're having a fight with another legend in Jeremy Stevens, and you said you wanted a couple more fights this year. Are you hoping that fighting is going to bring that out of you, or maybe bring the light back a little bit?
Am I hoping that fighting will bring the light back? What do you mean by light? Because you're saying it's dark?
Yeah, like
nah. That's some other shit, bro. Like, that's life. Like, where I'm from the D, and I don't mean Detroit. I mean the Dino. With that being said, like, we got some fucked up individuals, and where I come from, like, I've been in foster care all my life, where I still keep the same people around me, and so you got fucked up individuals around you, and I want to be the fake guy who he got some money and now he just left to Beverly Hills, or he just moved out. You never see him again. I'm right back in the same streets that I grew up on. You'll catch me running on the block that's where 50 niggas got shot on, And so I don't change for that. And so the darkness is the streets. The darkness is what come with this shit. Like everybody playing with me right now. People have been playing my heart. People have been playing my money. Everybody that come near me, I gotta feel like, what are you here for? Because they think you got some money. I bought a strip club, and they're like, oh, you got money. You're a strip club owner. You got money. So people play with you a certain way. They're like, well, let me get next to them. And now I got to question everybody around me and go, why are you here? Do you want some attention? Do you want some money? What is it about me that you want? You know what I'm saying? I feel like a giant cookie, and everybody wants a bite.
I think that's all I have for today. Thank you so much.
Sheesh.
Kingren, do you see yourself fighting for a BMF at some point in the future?
Damn, that's dope. You know what I mean? I never really had my eyes on any titles, but man, that BMF belt has been looking real good lately, My big bro is Nate Diaz. He created the belt. So it'd be an ultimate honor if I could fight for the BMF belt, grab that shit and be like, hey, Nate, this is yours. This belongs to you. Give it back to him. So that's my ultimate honor. If I could fight for the BMF, get a couple more wins, look at that BMF. I won't let you guys down. Where Oliveira, I don't know what happened. That was some bullshit. And it's like, you need that belt taken from you because the way you fought. We were supposed to see a scrap. That was a hug fest. And I'm kind of sad and disappointed in that. Like, no, we got certain things that come with the BMF belt. You better bring that certain thing with that.
King, just back here really quick. You mentioned something about jewelry there. You even like losing some money on jewelry. What was the story there?
I guess I will. I I had a ex-girlfriend, and she was basically kidding me up saying, "Oh, somebody died, and she needs some money to help her and stuff." I help people. I take care of people, bro. So I let her come by, you know, give her a little money and stuff, trying to help her out. And I left to go to practice. I came back. I left my jewelry in the house. I just bought a new house. I'm in the house like maybe a week, you know, so I'm barely just getting shit put in. And I left my jewelry box in there. I normally keep in my car because I know I'm with some crazy motherfuckers, you know. And she took everything, you know, took everything. Bro, I couldn't sleep for like 5 days, driving around looking for my shit. Like, it's been fucking dark, bro. It's been real dark. But it comes with this shit, you know?
That was 300 grand, you said?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So you need the bonus then on
Fucking
Saturday.
Psycho. I told you I'm fucking nuts.
So you need this bonus on Saturday then.
Yeah, I did. And then run it back again. I need all that and some more. You know, I'm that mad, I'm that pissed. I need that and more. So I plan on going back to work right after this, come back and do another one.
Actually, King, just could you expand on your theory that to get the temperature of a new city, you have to visit a Walmart? That's the first thing you do.
Yeah. Anywhere you go, I go to the Walmarts, anywhere I go. So as soon as we get off the plane, we land, tell all my homies, put your shoes on, let's go. We're finna go running. We run through the city. I want to check the temperature. I want to see what the people are like. I want to see, I can feel it, you know? Somebody beat their horn, like, oh, what's up? You know, okay, I'm getting some love out here or not, you know? But then I go to Walmart. Walmart gonna tell you everything you need to know. That's who's shopping around. That's the main commodity around. Everybody's going to Walmart, you know, to get their little shopping. And so you get to see what the people are like, what the women look like. You get to see it all, like right there. And it's like, okay, Walmart.
Women at Walmart, not Whole Foods?
That's just, what kind of women you talking about? They're trying to save some money, okay? Whole Foods is like uppity and stuff, you know? I'm talking about people, the actual people. I don't know, like, I ain't
What's the weirdest shit? What's the weirdest shit you've seen at Walmart?
Huh?
What's the weirdest thing you've seen at a Walmart?
Probably somebody get knocked over because they're trying to steal. You know what I mean? And so that's what you want to see, though. You want to see, like, oh, the real life. You don't want to see that Whole Foods. You ain't doing shit at Whole Foods, you know? You want to see what real life is. I ain't looking for the fake. I'm looking for the real. Thank you, guys.
Sheesh.
Well, Sean right here.
Yo, what's up, man?
Fantastic tracksuit.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. GreatandGuillotines.com.
Well, I guess, a lot's been made about this quote unquote run-in you've had with Buckley in the past and how you guys have been circling each other in the rankings, and now you finally get to fight. Is that just all fans and media kind of looking for storylines, or is there actually substance to, kind of what we keep asking, not just you, but both of you, about leading up to this?
I mean, I don't think so. We seen each other at the PI. I was getting ready to fight Gilbert Burns. I don't know who he was fighting. We literally talked for 5 minutes. I'm cool with the guys at the PI. They can pull up the footage of us talking. You know what I'm saying? Like, we had a 5 to 10 minute conversation, not even. My Uber came, me and my coach left. I'm sure I could find the exact date I was there. They go and pull up the footage. It was nothing bigger than that. I think Buckley's doing what Buckley likes to do, try to sell a fight, which is fine. But I have no bad blood against anybody that I'm fighting. I'm a grown man. I don't have grudges or personal beef with dudes. Like, I'm going to go out there. We're going to fight Saturday, and that's it for me. You know what I'm saying? I think he tries to be more of a character, which I'm not, and I'm not going to play into it, and I haven't. And it's social media. Like, that shit's not real. It's not real life. You stay off of it. You don't hear it. It's not real.
Have you always been a guy that's off social media, or is that something you had to learn growing forward? Because we hear a lot of young fighters that it does affect them earlier in their career.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely been staying off of it more, just because, not even just fighting, but that shit is horrible for you. Like, scrolling. Like, I have a daughter. I have stuff I'm doing. Like, I can't just be sitting on social media. Obviously we have sponsors and stuff, and there's cool stuff on there. Like, you can use it very well, but it can also pull you in a bad direction. Like, you shouldn't be on there seeing what people are saying, good or bad, about you all the time. And I just took a step away from it, and that's it.
How old is your daughter?
15 months.
So is she running around and stuff now? Or
she's been on the move since probably 9 or 10 months. So she's crazy. Like, I can't believe how advanced she already is. It definitely ain't because of me. It's because of her mom doing everything that they do with him. But it's amazing, man. I got great things going on in my life, and they'll be up here tomorrow. It's a quick drive from Philly, so it's gonna be a good week.
Jared Gordon is also a new girl dad.
I just seen that.
A little freaked out about having a 13-year-old daughter in the future, and social media. And freak you out too.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter's she watches maybe 2 things on my TV, and they're Ella Langley music videos, and I'm going to raise my daughter a lot different. Hopefully I keep winning a lot of fights, making some big checks. You'll catch me out in the country. I'll be going, man. I'll be raising my kids a lot differently.
And then going back to Buckley, I think a lot of people have you like I said, you guys have kind of been circling each other for a while since you made the drop to welterweight. To us, it felt inevitable that you guys would eventually match up.
Yeah.
He was on that streak of finishes and great performances, and then he ran into Usman. From the outside looking in, is that the blueprint to beat Buckley? Because it seems like Usman, everything he threw at Buckley had essentially no answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's my game plan essentially for every fight. You know what I'm saying? Go out there, take you down, and I just think I'm more of a submission threat than Kamaru is. But yeah, this fight's simple. It's Buckley's going to want to keep it on the feet. I'm going to want to take it to the ground, and it's going to be whoever can get there first.
How is preparation for this one been compared to kind of the chaos leading up to the Morales one? I think you said you had to drain your knee.
Yeah, there's always stuff. We're throwing bones at each other for a living. No fighter ever goes into a fight without some kind of injury. You know what I'm saying? We're always going to be beat up no matter what, but it was a great camp. It was a grueling one. It was hard. We were supposed to fight on the 25th. Got pushed back. Rounds changed, but all the hay is in the barn. And Saturday night we get to put it on the line.
And where do you think a win does for you in this division? Because since all of your guys' fight in MSG, Prates is essentially the only one that's fought.
Yeah,
last weekend.
Yeah,
kind of a little stagnant top heavy division.
Yeah, and even I could have went out and say I would have beat Morales that night. I probably still want to be fighting for a title. You know what I'm saying? So the whole division's crazy. Prates, if Ian Gary didn't sign that contract, Prates is probably getting that shit next. You know, and who knows if Ilya wins? Ilya could move up and fight Islam. So I'm not worried about chasing the top of the after I beat Leon, I was supposed to be next, and obviously that didn't happen. So you just have to keep winning fights, and hopefully you get blessed with a title shot.
We've heard in the past, I think even Woodley said that at one point he always was chasing the title shot,
Yeah.
and then when it didn't come is when eventually it did. Because
Yeah,
he's focused on it.
yeah.
Is that where you're at now at this point?
Yeah, and I've always been, even when like people were telling me about it, like the Leon fight, they're like, you beat Leon, you're getting the title shot. And I didn't believe it then. I obviously don't believe it now, but I think a good win against Buckley puts me right back in the top of the division. I'll get a big fight, and then we'll keep it rolling. Thank you, bro.
Sean, to your left. What do you make of Buckley saying the loser of this fight's getting cut?
Like I said, I didn't see that, but I'm definitely not getting cut because I'm not going to lose. Simple as that. And whoever loses this fight isn't getting cut. Like we're in the top 10. We're two of the best fighters in the world. But I ain't worried about it because I ain't losing.
What did you think of Carlos's performance and Jack's performance this past weekend?
Man, Carlos looked great. But it's something I've always known looking at Carlos is you better grapple with him. He's big, he's long. Obviously Jack had some success at the end of the first, took him down. Second round, he almost had his back slid off the top. That was a crucial moment. And then, he ended him with the kicks. Practice looks amazing. And like I said, if Ian Gary didn't sign that title contract, I would be very worried because they might be sliding practice in there. He's a superstar. That's it.
Sean, right here. How you doing?
What's up, bro?
Not much. So anyways, I don't know if you saw this, and I don't know if it's even true, but Buckley said a couple weeks ago he hasn't done any grappling training, any wrestling. Do you believe that at all?
I mean, knowing him, maybe he didn't. You know what I'm saying? But then there's just videos of him training with Usman, and they were wrestling, they were grappling. So Buckley comes up here, he plays the character, he gives you guys clicks, he gets you guys to say certain things, but he trains hard. I know this, my camp knows this. He's a serious fighter, but I know that I have the style to beat anybody in this division. I just have to get to that. Unfortunately, against Morales, I didn't get to it. Saturday night, I'm going to get to my shit, and I'm going to get my shit going.
And I know you're all focused on Buckley, but I'd be a fool not to ask. UFC Philly coming back in August. Is that a goal of yours to be on that card?
Yeah, same thing. Like you said, I'm not looking past. I plan on, in my mind, May 9th. I don't think about May 10th. Like in my mind, it's life or death when I go out there. And obviously it kind of is life or death, So I don't even think about the Sunday after my fight. I don't plan anything. I don't have, it's not a thought in my mind. May 9th is the only date that matters. But I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't thinking about fighting in Philly. It'd be huge for me, be huge for my city. I'm one of the main fighters who's only from Philly, who's actually still lives in Philly. I have a Philly zip code. Guys have been moved in and out, which is fine, but I've trained in Philly, lived in Philly my whole career. It's never going to change. So it would be huge for me to fight I'm not calling it the whatever it's called now, at the Wells Fargo Center. That's what it's called.
Respect.
Yes, sir.
And then I don't think anything's official yet, but it sounds like Ian Machado Gary, Islam Makhachev might be the next fight to make. How do you see that one going?
You mean Islam versus Carlos Prates for the title in Philly? Islam will beat him. Islam will beat both of them. Islam's the best. Simple as that. He'll take Ian down. He'll choke Ian. He'll take Prates down. He'll choke Prates. Nothing against either one of them, but that's just what it is.
And then last one for me, if the stars do align someday, how do you view a you versus Islam fight? That's like a grappler's delight.
Yeah, I think that would be amazing. It's something I would love to test myself against one of the higher end Russian grapplers. Jiu-jitsu. I'm a jiu-jitsu guy. He's a sambo guy. I think I bring more to the table than just jiu-jitsu. I've very good takedowns. But yeah, I got a lot of work to do. Who knows where Islam's even going to be in 2 fights from now? He might be retired, riding dirt bikes, and I respect that.
Sean, you talk about Buckley having a character, right? Just curious, what do you actually make of this character and of him as a personality?
I think some of it's funny. Like I personally like some of it's funny, some of it's cringy. But yeah, it doesn't like it's what guys are doing now, and that's great. Like if that's what gets you money or does what, it's just I can't do that. It's just not who I am, and that's like something we even talked about that day. He was like, just asking me, because I blocked him on social media. And he was like, why you block me, man? I'm like, because you're annoying. Like, you're loud. Like, I don't like, it's just not something I'm into. And that's fine. You can do however you want to do it, but it's just not who I am. And it's not what I want to have my career. I don't want people to look back. I want to take like the George St. Pierre route. Like, I want to be just a respectable mixed martial artist who trained hard, was well-rounded, went out there, fought, and wasn't a piece of shit outside of the acting. I'm not saying he is, but a lot of these guys are pieces of shit. So MMA is a huge thing in our lives, but that's something I've come to realize is it's more important of who you are outside of this than when you're in it.
What did you think of his tribute to Bruce Lee when he was in Seattle?
Who?
Joaquin Buckley. You did not visit the gravesite of Bruce Lee.
Bro, I didn't see that shit.
I recommend looking it up.
I didn't see it. Nah. Thank you, guys.
Well, Khamzat, you know, they've been trying to keep you guys away from each other. You have security everywhere you go. Have you seen Sean Strickland at all this week?
No. Some boys said they see him like running away from hotel fast after the media. The guy who said like he gonna shoot me, he gonna do this, that, and I don't know why he's still at the other hotels. And he was thinking like, no one gonna control me. And the guy is not here. We control this guy.
You know, do you feel, what made you post the sparring footage yesterday, by the way? Why did you post that?
That was just, I find the old videos and stuff, just post that. Because he's saying like, I spar only weak people, you know. And on the video, we spar easy, you know, like just touch sparring. It's not like 100% like usually I do. I like, because he said he doesn't want to spar hard. And when I started to hit hard, he was coaching like, Coach Eric, these guys starting to punch hard. You know, like he had some problems with his coach Eric too, because I was punching him hard. And he was always calling him like, can you stop this guy? Yeah, but this guy lies so much, brother. It's crazy.
You say he's lying?
Ask the people who's been in the gym. Ask his friends, is there? If the guess is real, they're gonna answer for that.
What is more important to you right now, right? Because you represent Chechnya and you want to take your belt back to your country for the people there. But also, Sean's not being very nice about your country and some of the people there. Which is more important to you, to take the belt home or to silence Sean?
What did you say?
Is it more important to you to win this title and defend the belt, or is it more important to you to beat Sean Strickland?
Doesn't matter for me. I just came here to work, but I just make money, you know, beat somebody. And if it's Sean, it's Sean. If it's not Sean, we're gonna beat somebody else. So I don't care about that shit, you know. He's doing his clown shit, so why should I care about that? And if it's gonna come the belt, if God wills, we're gonna have this Saturday the belt and go back home. Should be happy.
To let everyone know, if tomorrow at the press conference they say, let's do a face-off, are you happy to do a face-off, or do you think maybe it's better to just wait until fight night?
I'm happy to die, but why should I not face off that guy, man? So I'm happy to fight. I'm happy to face. Why should not?
Khamzat, right over here. On the Jackson podcast, you said you don't care if you leave the UFC undefeated and that you just want to go and do big things. Do you think there's any big things left for you at middleweight after this fight, or are the big things only at light heavyweight?
I don't think so, but still Sean, not big thing for me, because the guy I beat before, I did all 5 rounds. I took from guy like, you know, I win all 5 rounds and with Duplessis, and he beats him twice, bro. If I stay there, if I beat Sean, then Imamo getting beat on Sean. So what's the point? We just going like Russian roulette, just roll? No, just want to go big fights. Alex Pereira, if you're gonna lose, he's gonna come down. He's a big fight too, big name. If he not, I go to heavyweight, but maybe there as well. I need big names, big money. So I came here to do some big things, and just not stay here like take the easy fights.
So you're saying you're willing to even go up to heavyweight for a big fight if the opportunity is there?
Of course, for sure.
So you have a group of young guys that have been with you, Baisangur, Yusuf, Ansar. What is it like being the leader of these guys, and what is it like training and bringing up these young guys from Chechnya?
I don't try to be a leader of anyone. Just all of us has some instincts like alpha wolf, So just good to be with them. Good energy. The guy is crazy, talented, hard workers, like me. So that's why I'm happy to work with them and be with them, help them. They help me. Yeah.
You've had Khalil Roundtree with you for this entire camp. He said that if you moved up to light heavyweight, it'd be an issue. What is it like to kind of have been training with him and get that praise from him that if you were to move up to light heavyweight, he thinks you kind of just beat everyone up?
No, I'm never gonna fight Khalil, but I can fight. If I'm brother with you, I'm real brother. I don't do that bullshit things like Sean does. You call your brother one day and second day he fights you, and this kind of I can't do that shit. I want to be real.
Khamzat over here. There's obviously this added security that we've talked about. We've seen there's uniformed police officers following you around. Is it amusing at all that this is kind of happening? Do you think it's necessary?
No, for me, it's just no problem. Probably I'm from Chechnya, and in Chechnya, in every 100 meters, you see military with the Kalashnikov. So I don't care about how much security, how much these people around here. So it's for Sean's safety,
No, I mean, obviously, yes, this is not to the high degree of that, but is it just kind of funny that they're doing something a little different this week than normal? Or, I mean, do you get why the UFC is doing it?
Ask Dan. I'm not UFC. I'm just UFC fighter, man.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Khamzat, I was wondering, you mentioned there about potentially going to heavyweight. Do you watch like those guys in the heavyweight division and sort of see because a lot of people say that that's maybe one of the weaker divisions at the moment. Do you watch those bigger guys and go like, yeah, I would fancy it against them?
Of course, I've always been trained with heavy guys, so I train most of my time with Alexander Gustafsson, Jimmy Manuwa, Gökhan Saki from the beginning of my career. And I was fighting 170. I trained with them, I spar with them. So for me, never been problem with weights. So I like to eat and have a fun in the cage.
Did you see Conor McGregor's message about how you and Sean are fighting for? He said it was his belt. Did you see that? And what's your response?
His belt, bro. He lost his belt 10 years ago. So I don't know. This guy should come off a little bit drugs and he's. What is this purple something you're drinking all the time? To come back to normal work and let's fight. And I don't care boxing. I told the Zufa box people think I'm just a wrestler. I don't need to use my just boxing. I'm an MMA fighter. If I go to the boxing, I'm gonna show my boxing too.
So you're talking about boxing. You're talking about moving to heavyweight. You also are going to be wrestling later this year. Will you wrestle Carl Snyder?
If the good pays good, sure. But no easy money. I don't go to that kind of match. So if I want to wrestle like Olympic champs, I'm gonna go Olympic Games for UE. So it's one of the opportunity too.
Going off of that, we spoke with one of your coaches, Alan, and he said after signing with RAF, maybe you could represent the UAE in the Olympic Games. Is that something you would be interested in?
Yeah, of course we gotta see. For right now, and just focus on this fight, and hopefully get back to Abu Dhabi, fight there. Then after that, we will think about it.
How would an Olympic gold medal compare to winning a UFC championship?
I don't know. Just I'm trying to get the fan. Have a fan with my life. Just compete with someone. It will be hard to get the gold. You gotta work for that, and a lot of good guys over there in my way too.
Хамзат, привет. Ты очень уверен в себе, понятно, ты идешь большим фаворитом в этом бою, но есть в техническом арсенале Шона хоть что-то, хоть один какой-то момент, в чем он сильнее тебя, по твоему мнению?
You're very confident in yourself. You're obviously a favorite in this fight, but is there anything in Sean's arsenal that for you potentially could present danger?
Я не знаю вообще. Посмотрим в бою. Если есть, посмотрим. Буду рад, если он может что-то показать. Чем тяжелый бой, тем лучше для меня, тем лучше я остановлюсь.
I'm not sure. I guess the fight will have to show. We'll see in the fight. I'll be very happy if he shows me something that I'm surprised by, but the harder the fight, the better for me because I can show myself and my best skills.
По поводу охраны в отеле, в лобби дежурит полиция. Байсангур сказал, что на ваших с ним этажах тоже дежурят охранники. Как это влияет на твою подготовку каким-либо образом? В плане того, что, может, вы должны подстраиваться и сообщать охране заранее, или наоборот, охрана подстраивается под вас? Как это вообще технически происходит, или вы просто их не замечаете?
Regarding the heightened security, I was talking to Baisangur earlier. He said that not only around the hotel, but also on your floors, there's security. Does that affect your preparation this week in any way? Do you have to, for instance, let them know your movements and stuff like that? Does it affect you in any way at all?
No. The guys, security guys, been always in other fights. I know some of them, I see many times, but why should they control us? Why should we control them? We just doing our thing, they doing their thing.
Нет, ничего особого, ребята, я уже их знаю, мы на других боях, они тоже присутствовали, то есть они нас не контролируют, мы их не контролируем, они занимаются своей работой, мы занимаемся своей работой.
Хамзат, попрошу тебя на русском ответить. Болельщики сейчас очень спорят, каким образом завершится этот бой, учитывая весь трэш-ток Шона, или ты попробуешь его за это все очень быстро финишировать, или наоборот, как в случае с Дюплесси, будешь мучить все 25 минут. Если не секрет, какой из этих вариантов тебе ближе, или у тебя, возможно, есть какой-то третий?
The fans are wondering what kind of approach you're going to take to this fight. With all the trash talk that's been said between the two of you, specifically from Sean's side, are you looking to punish him and really just maul him for 25 minutes, just like you did with the former champ? Or are you looking to finish this quick? What's the approach to the fight?
Я ничего не планирую особо. Я планирую просто подраться. И что там получится, то и получится. Буду идти в бой, как всегда я иду. И если Аллах даст, будет победа.
I'm not planning anything specifically. It's going to happen the way it's going to happen. I'm going to approach the fight the way I always approach the fight. I'm going to come out ready, and with God's help, with Allah's help, we'll see what happens.
И последний вопрос от меня. На прошлой неделе я разговаривал с Шоном и задал ему вопрос. Понятно, что между вами вражда, но вне зависимости от результата, готов ли он пожать тебе руку после боя? Он сказал, что нет, и, скорее всего, вы умрете врагами. Такой же вопрос тебе. Вне зависимости от результата, готов ли ты после боя протянуть руку Шону?
Final question. I spoke to Sean last week after his open workout. I asked him at the end of the fight, without looking at the result, whatever happens, will you shake Khamzat's hand? And he told me that no, there's going to be no handshake, and most likely you will die enemies. Same question to you. At the end of the fight, win or lose, are you willing to shake his hand?
Я не думаю об этом. Зачем мне думать об этом? Пожать руку или не пожать руку. После боя, наверное, больше его жизни я не увидел. Поэтому мне без разницы. Пожать ему руку, быть с ним другом, быть с ним не другом. Быть с нами дружить – это хорошо. Если врагом быть – это не так уж хорошо для него.
This is not something that I think about. It's not something that I pause to actually contemplate. It doesn't matter to me, shake his hand, not shake his hand, if I'm going to be his friend or I'm not going to be his friend, if I'm ever going to see him again in my life at all. it's good to be friends with us. It's not good to not be friends with us.
Удачи в субботу.
Хамзат, привет здесь. Скажи, пожалуйста, в бою с Дюплесси рефери дважды поднимал тебя из партера, что давало шанс сопернику. Вот, Стрикленд местный боец, очень важный для UFC. Сейчас эра Paramount, да, когда нужны зрелищные бои. И есть ли у тебя опасения, что будут часто поднимать, да, в стойку возвращать вас? И, соответственно, прорабатывали такие варианты в лагере, может быть, что придется часто рубиться именно?
Question about the last fight when you were fighting Duplessis. There was two instances when you were actually stood up by the referee in order to continue the action, to kind of it was given the opponent a chance to restart the fight, so to speak, back start on the feet. Right now, there's a whole different era. It's a Paramount era. People are looking for exciting fights. Sean is the kind of fighter that usually keeps the fight standing. Have you thought about this scenario where, because of excessive wrestling, you would be stood up and the fight would have to be restarted on his feet? Is it something that you worked specifically on what to do during camp if such an instance happens?
Gotta take him down again. What should I do? Пойду еще раз повалю его. Не знаю. Этот рефери, это его работа, не моя работа. Ему виднее. Если он скажет вставать, нам надо вставать. Если да, говорит бить, нам надо бить. Без разницы, что он там будет придумывать и вставать, или партию продолжим, или в стойке вообще бой будет. Кто его знает.
It doesn't matter. I'll just keep moving forward and I'll take him down again. I mean, a referee does his job. That's his job. If he's going to tell us to stand up and fight, we'll stand up and fight. If he'll tell us to take him down, we'll take him down. This is what we can do. We're going to approach the fight, and we're going to do whatever strategies. We'll see what happens. The fight will show, but the idea is to come out there and dominate.
Еще вопрос. Если Арман отъестся до 84 килограмм, сможет Шона побить?
Что?
Окей, Сереж, перейди.
If Arman goes up to middleweight, do you think he'll be able to beat Sean Strickland in the fight?
Да, конечно, он сейчас может его побить.
Yeah, of course, he can beat him now.
Hi, Jump. Were you happy to not have to fight against Nassourdine Imavov as a Caucasian brother? And do you think he will be the next champion after you in the middleweight division?
Opportunity to fight him if UFC offer that, but what should we do? He's a worker in the office. I am. So if UFC wanted, we gotta do that. But of course, we both don't want to fight each other because the same religion, same country, almost. Like we know each other. He's a good guy. I believe he's the next champ too.
Thank you. Good luck.
Khamzat, to your left. Here. A lot of the rumors about you and Sean sparring is that you were able to submit him in the gym. No one has ever attempted a submission on Sean Strickland in a UFC fight. How do you think he's going to react when you try to submit him in the cage?
Who he fought kind of me? I don't know. I never seen some good wrestlers. Think about it. Imagine DDP takes him down like 10 times. And if I try to take somebody down, there is salam alaikum.
me as a type of fighter. Just a guy with a good boxing skills, with a heavy punch. This opponent who always have chance to knock you out in any time of position, like in any time in a fight. So very familiar. I know what to do with this guy, with this type of guy. I think he's strong. His strong side right now is his motivation. Is the like place where he is right now. His motivation to go forward. His motivation to fight with the top guys. So on his side is motivation. So it will be not so easy to win him because he will believe in his win till the end. He wants this. He hungry for this, and this makes him dangerous.
What did you make of his last performance? Because Curtis Blades said that Derek Lewis looked maybe unmotivated and it wasn't the best Derek Lewis that Waldo faced. And you can't take much away from that victory.
I don't know. I saw Derek Lewis in Vegas and UCPI before the fights. He looks in very good shape. He probably had very good camp before this fight. I don't know why he didn't look motivated. And this type of guys like Derek Lewis and Waldo, they have a good punch, but they also sometimes afraid of a hard punch too. They have just good advantage having his overall power against the opponent, but when they meet the same guy and feel he can punch like back, they can be unmotivated just right in the fight. So this happened. So I don't know what really happened in this fight. It's very hard to compare my skills and Derek Lewis skills. I have so different moments. What I learned from each of his fights is how he move, how he do. He's like moving patterns, how he react on attacks, like different things. But I will use my own skills.
You've been very active in this division, and you've also been very vocal about how the top of the division isn't as active as you. So I guess, what do you make of the heavyweight division right now with Tom coming back and the interim title, and Josh Hokett is now all of a sudden a big superstar in the eyes of the fans, and he's fighting Derek Lewis. I guess, how do you see the rest of this division playing out the rest of the year?
Ты достаточно активно себя показываешь в этом дивизионе и очень громко говоришь насчет того, что те, кто вверху, они наоборот не активны, они как-то застыли там. Поэтому твои мысли в общем сейчас про то, что происходит в дивизионе, потому что сейчас появились новые игроки, такие как Джош Хокет и так далее. Томас Пинал ждет, эти двое будут драться, Перейра поднялся. В принципе, что происходит в дивизионе сейчас?
My thoughts about everything that's happened in division, like I would like more powerful, dangerous, and bright fighters in divisions. Then more the guys like Josh Hawkins, like and Waldo, like Pereira, if he come, will show up in our divisions. And better for me, it's more honor to be on top with these guys in divisions than to be on top when everybody tell heavyweight division is not in prime right now. So I'm feeling great. Some new fighters coming up, some new blood come in our division, strong fighters, because I can not just wait for title shot. I can win the guys on a hype and get my like honor for this, get my goals for this, and show everyone I still one of the best in the world.
What did you make of that fight between Josh and Curtis Blades in Miami? A lot of people say that's the best fight of the year.
This fight was very impressive. So, yeah, it's what people like to see. Like when two big guys just beat each other to the face, doing all 3 rounds, a lot of blood, and like some show things. So yeah, it was pretty great fight. Like, but the for me is question how much fight like that Josh Hawkins can have in his career. Like it's took a lot of health and took a lot of mentality power as well, because every time you come to the octagon, you will took so much damage. It little bit break you every time. It not goes like very easy. It doesn't matter how he act. Believe he feel pain, and I don't like any person like pain if you're not sick, of course. So this is a little bit hard to have these fights and go octagon again and again, and you will get some damage. So it was good performance, but it will be interesting if he can show it like again and again.
And last one for me, are you going to watch Alex Terrible's fight tonight in bare knuckle?
Oh, I want to, yeah, I want to watch it. Yeah, this guy is great. Honestly, he's a real warrior. If I know he will do some sing show, he will do some songs and fight and then sing again. So it's crazy stuff. I don't know how he do this. Yeah, I already told him just take care about himself, think about his health, but he don't care about it. Yeah, he's really really warrior. So I'm he impressed me and I respect him a lot.
He's doing it for free.
Yeah, he doing it for free. I know exactly. He just when after probably my second serial gun fight with him, with serial gun, Alex Terrible was on the show, and after the fight, he spoke with him and he said, "Oh, all my life I imagined to be a fighter, like a warrior, like you, but when I was a kid, I played drums, and I told you better I'll be a rock superstar playing drums than a warrior, believe me." So it's very funny how we act in life different different places, but we want to be on each other places. So we do our dreams, make it true. But when we're thinking how it will be if we will live a different life, and it's nice that he can. I don't have this will right now to go to the music training and become a drum artist, but he have a will to be a rock superstar. Just start fighting. So this guy is very amazing and do a lot of things I respect him for.
Alex, right over here. Just one for me. Does it annoy you at all to see Cyril Gane fighting for the title yet again after you had that close fight with him that a lot of people, including yourself, thought you won?
Раздражает тебя, что мы опять смотрим, что Ган дерется за титул еще раз?
I'm trying to stay calm with the thing. I cannot повлиять.
Let it affect me. Cannot let it affect me.
Oh.
I'm trying to stay calm because I don't want to seem like it affects me, right?
No.
Cannot let it affect me.
Я стараюсь не реагировать на вещи, на которые я не могу повлиять.
Okay, so I can't do anything about things that do not depend on me.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I don't feel any emotion with the things that don't depend on me. Kind of UFC choose him because he maybe have little bit it's more politically better to have a Europe champion or Europe fighter from France fighting for the title. Maybe I think so. It should be logical. That's why, and I understand my position right now in division. Maybe I need to show better performance, better show to fight for the belt. So I will just try to do this.
Just ready. Who do you see win this particular fight between Cyril and Alex Pereira?
I see Cyril more favorite in this fight. Honestly, he have a really great footwork. I don't right now. I really respect Alex Pereira, his power, but I don't know how he will show up in heavyweight division, and I don't know what he will be do with Cyril gun style of how he move in octagon, because Pereira need to pressure the guy or working on counter attacks. Cyril Gane don't give him both opportunity. He just punch or kick and move a lot of fakes. It will be a hard thing that Alex Pereira should to solve in the fight. I'm not sure he can do this.
Thank you.
Александр Евгеньевич, добрый день. Один глупый от меня. Два последних твоих боя завершились сплитом. Ты готов на третий сплит подряд? Или в плане, что победа есть победа? Или все-таки планируешь как-то более эффектно выиграть?
Your last 2 fights ended in a split decision. Are you ready for a third split decision, even if it becomes a victory for you? Or are you looking to do something different and finish the fight early?
Ты меня предупреждаешь или угрожаешь?
Is this a prediction or is this a threat?
Напоминаю.
Just reminding you.
Как получится, посмотрим.
We'll see what happens.
И еще один короткий, но не глупый, а патриотичный. А бой 9 мая, выход снова будет под Катюшу?
Да.
Alex, Khamzat was discussing earlier about the possibility of moving up to the heavyweight division in the future. What are your thoughts on that, and maybe a future collision course between you and Khamzat Chimaev?
Oh, it'll be exciting if he comes in heavyweight division. It's very interesting for everybody to see if he can handle his wrestling skills with so big guys. Yeah, it will be very interesting to watch for everyone. So I'll be okay and very exciting if he come to heavyweight.
Thank you.
That's good. Good. Well, Ateba over here. It's good to see you again. I guess how's life been since your last performance? You know, a lot of people were making a lot about this knockout streak that you had, and then you finally got the 3 rounds under your belt. So you said you learned a lot from that fight. So I guess from then to now, just how's life been both in and out of training camp?
My life was good, to be honest. I don't know what to say.
Sure.
My life was good, yeah.
And you know, I guess the last time we did speak, it was right after your fight, and it was still very fresh in your mind. And I guess since then, have you had time to rewatch it, reflect on it, and I guess what are some of the biggest lessons you learned from?
Yeah, I did watch a lot. I did watch a lot my fight again, you know, and I've learned a lot also about myself. We try to readjust like many things as well.
What was the biggest takeaway that you can share with us that unless you don't want to give away what you learned?
Yeah, if I share you, like, I'm gonna give my plan, you know.
Sure. And obviously against Ozzy, were you happy to get this fight against him? Because I think you guys were booked before and then it fell out and then he won, you won. Were you happy that they rebooked this fight?
When I say happy, like it's a fight, So happy, yeah, I'm happy to have a fight anyway. Him or someone else, no problem.
Yeah. And I think I saw an interview where you said you were maybe a little injured coming out of your last fight. So physically, everything all good?
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. Well, after the last fight, I like, it's a fight. It's not a game.
And do you feel maybe the UFC machine and the marketing behind you? Because like Baisangur was here and we asked him the same question. We don't get to speak to a lot of guys fighting lower on the card, but we get to speak with you here at Media Day. So do you feel like the UFC is really getting behind you?
I think you know more about it than me, so you can tell me something.
I think they are, man.
No, you know more than me.
I really think they are getting behind you, man.
Oh, okay. If you say so, but I feel you know more, you know more than me.
And I think I know the answer, but do you see a lot of these young middleweights coming up alongside you? Like I said, Baisangur is making a lot of waves. He spoke about you. He said eventually you guys will have to fight. Do you pay attention to the other middleweights, or you just kind of focused on yourself?
To be honest, like as a fighter, I pay attention to every middleweight fighter, my division and stuff. Pay attention of him, like particularly. No, but the same attention I give to him is the same I give to everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like if you have to fight, let's fight. We'll be happy, That's what we like. So it's fine as well.
He said you would be easy money in the future. Does that bother you, or is that just
No, like how can it bother me? Like it's just a word. Like if you say something, I don't care. Like it doesn't affect me. But say like easy money. I mean like easy money. Like you'll be in hospital, maybe like without the hair, like concoction or stuff like that. They say easy money. I mean like it's to show up for him to be good. But anyway, like it's fine. It's fine still.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you, man.
Hey Ateba.
Hi, brother.
You still have a lot of fans in France because you're French speaking from Cameroon. Do you have a message for your fans over there, or maybe and the Cameroon fan as well? In French, if you can.
I don't know what should I say. Like as usually, like just watch my fight. You enjoy the show as always.
And do you think with a great performance you can reach to a top 15 opponent after that?
To be honest, you know more than me. I don't know. You can tell me if you have some news.
I think so.
Yeah, okay. I want to hear something. Tell me something, bro.
Ateba right over here. I saw last month you had your birthday. You had to take some body shots from the guys at a Manchester top team. Who hit you the hardest?
The hardest, like, I give me a body shot after sparring. So like, it was a bit, everybody hit harder. So after sparring, I will feel it anyway. I don't have to protect myself. So yeah.
So you train with a couple heavyweights and Abraham Babley, Will Flory. You have some big guys that you like to train with over there. Do you think we could see you move up to light heavyweight in the future? And how is it training with those guys who are a bit bigger than you? Do you feel like it helps fighting the middleweights?
To be honest, yeah, have good level, like very, very high level, good pace to train with them. So yeah, but move to light heavyweight, probably eventually one day, but for now, as you can see, I'm cutting away to get like 185. So I'm still here.
I saw somewhere that you're a physics major. What made you choose that path and where did you study?
Why did I study? Because it was easier for me, to be honest. It was just easier. So that's why I chose physics. But like, yeah, it was just easier. That's why.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Yes, brother.
So Ateba, in the future, I know you said it's whoever the UFC match makes you with. Do you have a dream matchup for yourself at 185? It could be current or historic, just like a dream matchup for you.
To be honest, like dream matchup, I don't have yet. Because I try to do like one fight at a time. So for now, I'm just focused on like Ozzy, take his head off, things like that. So just focus on Ozzy now, and later after, let's see. Yeah.
And then completely unrelated to the fight, do you have a specific favorite one of your cats, or do you like all of them equally?
Favorite? Wow. yeah, I know. Me. That's me. Thank you, bro.
Joaquin, right here, other side. We were just talking with Sean in here just a few minutes ago, and we asked him lots been made with the media and fans about like this run-in you guys have had, him blocking you on social media and all this kind of stuff. Is that something like maybe fans and media were trying to find a storyline here, or is there actually like substance to that between you guys?
May 9th, the world gonna know.
So, but for the record, no issues with Sean whatsoever, even though he seems to find you a little annoying. But he did say he appreciated, he can understand what you're in his mind you're trying to do.
May 9th, the world gonna know.
Sure. And I guess skill-wise, what do you make of Sean Brady? Obviously, he's
May 9th, the world gonna know.
Sure. How's it been training with Kamaru?
The training's been good, and a lot of people just gonna see, all the things I learned from Usman from that fight, and the things I got to work on skill-wise when I was competing with him just in the gym. May 9th, the world gonna know, all the things that I worked on with Kamaru Usman.
A lot of fighters that we've talked to in the past, when they do go to train with a former champion, it's not just what they teach them in the octagon, but like kind of how they carry themselves and approach the fight game. Was it similar with Kamaru, or was it kind of strictly X's and O's inside the octagon?
Definitely something, you know what I mean? And May 9th, the world gonna know. Yeah, 100%.
I saw an interview where you said, I think your quote was, "I feel sorry for Sean Brady," even though there's nothing personal here. So I guess, are you expecting a violent finish? And I can imagine I know what your answer is going to be right here.
The answer is, May 9th, the world's gonna know. 100%.
Appreciate you. Good luck, man.
We got planned for May 10th.
May 9th, the world gonna know.
How is working with Marshawn Lynch on your mic skills?
It's going good, but to be honest with you, just going back on like the interview, it's just like I don't have much to say. I think I've been saying it long enough. I think I've been giving the world, enough of my personality and all the things that I bring to this organization. So just May 9th, man, I'm just excited, bro, just to really go out there and perform.
So you kind of said that you have said everything that you want to say. Were you kind of mad you didn't get included on the press conference, or were you like whatever about that?
That's a great question. I feel like for me, that's where I should have been and where I should be. But May 9th, I just got to show the world, why I'm a superstar and why I'm a main event fighter.
Well, let's talk about May 2nd for a second. What did you think about Pradez's performance against Shaq Della Maddalena?
It was good.
Thank you.
What will the world know on May 9th?
They're going to find out, They're going to find out May 9th.
I appreciate you, Joaquin, as a martial artist. Obviously, you burst on the scene with the, do you have, what do we call it, the Buckley kick?
You can call it many things, you know. I got a lot of great highlights within the UFC division, 8 knockouts, you know, overall. But you know, I really haven't gave that, you know, kick a name yet, you know. But I think butt kick, that sound nice. That sound good. Yeah.
I love it. You're the man. In terms of training partners, obviously Kamaro's as high as it gets. Is there any like straight jiu-jitsu guys that you brought in to what was it like impersonate or reflect Sean's game?
Nah, not at all. Not heavily. Not heavily. Nope.
Thank you.
Joaquin right here. Beyond May 9th, June 13th, Real America Freestyle going to St. Louis. Interest on that card?
Yeah, I definitely have some interest being on that card, especially because they come to St. Louis. You know, RAF was a great opportunity for me to, you know, to step out there and really compete. So, you know, I'm looking forward to after I beat Brady May 9th, you know, going out there and competing at RAF.
And we were just talking about the buck kick, which is interesting because I saw you actually were training with Impa Kasanganai. So how was it to write a new chapter in that book, I guess?
I guess with, you know, going out there and you talking about training with Impa. Yeah, going out there and training with Impa, I feel like, you know, it was needed, you know, and it came, you know, at the right time. And to see all the things that Impa was able to do and to see how his career just kind of flourished, right, after being cut from the UFC. And just to see where I'm at and seeing my position where I'm at in the UFC, I just feel like, you know, that just motivates me, right, to get where I'm trying to go. So, you know, I think it was right on time, you know, when I went out there to Florida, man, to go train with Usman and to go train with Impa.
Joaquin right over here. So before your 11-month layoff, you were going on a little legend killer tour with Colby Covington, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, and Kamaru Usman. Unfortunately, you did come up short against Kamaru Usman, but it was a fight where you looked like you belonged in the cage in there against one of the greatest of all time. Now going into this fight against Sean Brady, do you have a mindset switch when it comes to fighting more like the modern fighters that are ranked compared to the legends, or is it the same mindset heading in all the time?
That's a good question. May 9th, the world gonna find out. That's perfect.
Jim.
Yep.
I know you fought in the Garden before, and you fought recently there too. But we've talked before, and I know how much more New Jersey means to you. So how is it for you to get back? I know you've only got a limited number of fights to get back and fight here in New Jersey.
It was important for me to fight here before I was done. So it just kind of it checks off one more of those boxes that I can be happy, you know, when I do hang them up. So yeah, you know, New Jersey is my home state as much as I've been trying to get out my whole life. You know, but yeah, these are my fans. This is where I cut my teeth as a, you know, a young pro before I got to the UFC. And yeah, I wanted to fight here, you know, because it even though it's only a handful of miles away, right over to Manhattan, but yeah, still, I feel like Newark is my home arena, even though I'm 40 some odd miles from it.
Sure. And obviously your family, as you've detailed, has been through the ringer over the last year. Will they be in attendance for this fight?
Yeah, they will. You know, my kids haven't been to too many fights. They've only been to 2 thus far. They came to my fight in down in Florida in 2000 and was that 18 or something like that. And then they came to my fight in Vegas against Cerrone, the second one there. So, you know, like I my youngest was born in 2009. And then honestly, I've never been a huge fan of bringing babies to the events. So I didn't want to bring them when they were super little. And then it was like, oh, well, if I bring the older ones, then the younger ones are they're going to feel jealous. So things worked out in those last 2. And now they're old enough where it's a lot easier to bring them, you know, to the event and sometimes have them shuffled around. Right. So that first card they came to, the last minute, they were pulled from their seats, you know, up in the bowl down to cage side. And like my wife and one of the women that works with PR had the 2 babies in their hands and they're sprinting and getting on an elevator. So yeah, it'll be nice to be able to share it with them and hopefully they're a good luck charm and I have another good night.
How particularly excited are the kids, especially because, you know, your son went through all of that he's gone through in the last year?
You know, they're excited to come. They know this is what I do, and right, they've been around it their whole lives. So they've also seen a couple tough ones. So you know, they watch no matter what. But yeah, it's like I said, it's more for me. Like they can, you know, they're probably not going to fully, you know, understand, right? And for a few more years of what this has meant to me and what I've been able to do. So yeah, at this point, it's like, hey, I'd like you to come and be a part of, you know, my night, and yeah.
We've also not had too many New York versus New Jersey fights, and this is a rare case of it, obviously. I mean, do you feel any added, I don't know if it's pressure, but any interest in kind of representing New Jersey in that way?
Not even a little bit. Yeah, you know, it's a fight. So that's all that matters to me is, you know, I need a willing dance partner on Saturday night.
And lastly, why is New Jersey pizza better than New York pizza?
Because we're willing to put pineapple on it. You got to do it right. You know, you get the sweet from the pineapple. You get some spice from a jalapeno or pickled jalapeno, and then you get like some umami from a bacon. Like, listen, if I put pineapple on a pizza, it's going to be good, right?
I mean, you'll make it. I understand.
Yeah.
It's controversial.
It is controversial. That's how far I'll go into the controversy. So.
Thank you.
Jim, other side right here.
Yep.
Obviously, every fight we talk to you, it's like, you know, pushing 50 UFC fights in this. You've almost done 50 training camps for UFC fights, but this one is probably one of the more unique ones, just given what's going on outside of it. So I guess I will never prepare for a fight, and I hope to God I never have to experience what you went through. So like, what's it like balancing those 2 things? Like, you have to prepare for, like you said, a fight. You also have this thing that's been looming over your family.
You know, it's weird because it's almost like, you know, we're all out of it and in the clear now, which is great. But I was preparing to fight. Like I said to somebody the other day, like I got kind of like the Adrian Balboa speech from my wife. It wasn't as cool to like, and you wouldn't have been able to put it on a t-shirt. But it was more so like, hey, you need to fucking go fight. But yeah, like I this is who I am and this is what I do. So for me, not being in the gym was hard. But like, yeah, like I need it. I need that push. I need that the grind of it. And it's almost like a little bit of therapy for me to go in and get a sweat. And I'm very like I mean, I get tunnel vision in the octagon, but like I focus on what's in front of me. I'm not one of these people that's very good at multitasking, right? Like if it's in front of my face, I can deal with it. So like being able to switch that stuff off and hop on the mat and like do what I need to do, and then as soon as I'm done, then we focus back on whatever we need to. But that's carried me through some fights where there was some wild stuff going on. So like training was part of my way of dealing with the added stress.
And what do you make of Jared as an opponent? Because next year will mark 10 years for him in the UFC.
Mm-hmm.
And when he made his debut, you were already 10 years into your UFC run. So I guess, what do you make of like Jared's overall skill set?
Yeah, he's very talented. He's a great boxer. He uses wrestling really well. He's very crisp. I like his style. I like watching him fight. He's tough as nails. So these are the fights that get me really, really pumped up and fired up because I've seen my opponent fight a bunch and I've enjoyed watching them fight. So it's like, hey, like I want to go and I want to share 15 minutes with that guy and do the same thing, So yeah, it's a fight against a tough dude, and like I'm pumped.
He's a new dad. I think he's like a new girl dad. And he brought it up. He goes, he understands what's going on with your family, but in his mind, when he makes the walk, like he can't care about that.
Oh no,
He
he
should
absolutely
not
not.
care. So that's the right attitude to have.
Absolutely. It's absolutely the right attitude to have. Like I said, I focus on what's right here. There have been plenty of things that were outside of my control that have happened throughout my life around fights and fight nights. I was literally just talking about sharing a card with my brother. That is in itself was hard when we did it at 124, and then doing it again at 128 on a day that he probably shouldn't have been fighting. Definitely shouldn't have been fighting. And to do it back to back was wild. But it's like, hey, I'm about to step into the octagon against the undefeated, Iranian national champ wrestler. Like this is not the moment to let any of that in. So yeah, that's 100% the mindset that he should have, and I don't expect him to carry that and any of that into fight night. It's like we can separate being a fighter and being a father.
I also saw on Instagram, you took time out to kind of defend Nate Diaz's career.
Yeah.
I asked Jeremy and King Green about this because they've also like been doing this forever. Do you see like such a drastic difference in the way fans kind of treat fighters these days to like maybe back then? Because King, like Bobby and Jeremy are like, we'll just fight whoever. Like it doesn't matter. Wins and losses don't really matter to us. Like we want to win, but like it's about a good fight and providing and making money and everything. And you took time out, I think, to say like there's nothing average about what's Nate's
Absolutely
done.
not. Yeah. And it's not even so much the fans, honestly. It was another former fighter. And one of the best to ever do it, right? It's like you go into a room and there's 6,000 of the tallest people ever in this room, and a guy who's in like the top 5 says a guy who's in the top 10% is average height. Like it doesn't make any sense, like Nate's Nate's career is he's done what a vast majority of UFC fighters couldn't do. And if we're gonna, like you want to talk crap about him about something else. But like you can't say that main eventing whatever it was, like eight cards, fought for the title, had some massive cards with Conor and stuff like that. Like a huge fan favorite, fighter favorite. Again, and like I think the knock was like, oh well, his win percentage dropped. But if you look at anybody that gets like over 20 fights in the UFC and starts approaching 30, obviously there are the outliers. We can't take John Jones and GSP and put them in the category of the typical fighter. Like as you start to get to 30 fights, dude, you start stacking injuries. Things come up, family things, this, that, all the other things. So it's like it gets harder to keep a super high win percentage, and it all looks the same, right? Like everybody's percentage at that point looks the same, and there's probably reasons, right? There's probably very specific reasons why that occurs. This is not a sport for the faint of heart. It's a literal meat grinder, and to be in the organization for what, you're approaching, like if you could keep up with 3 fights a year, which most of us can't, right? Like I have under 3 fights a year, my average. You're in the UFC for over 10 years. Like, an NFL player having a career for 11, 12 years is an average. It's like let's not talk shit about one another and kind of make stuff up just for attention on social media.
You happy to see him get that big payday against Mike Perry? Nate's fight against Mike Perry. You happy to see him get another big payday?
Oh yeah, go for it. It's like I'm not gonna be upset about fighters getting to fight. When it comes down to it, I am always going to side with the fighters. Initially, obviously there are plenty of guys that fuck up and they deserve to get called out for it. But yeah, like I want us as athletes to have good opportunities, to get paid well, to all that stuff. I mean, why would we not?
Jim, over here. Hi. You mentioned that your son Wyatt, he beat it. What's his long term? I mean, what's his long term health outlook?
Yeah. So he had rhabdomyosarcoma. It's a cancer of the soft tissue. It was tucked into his eye socket and sinus, kind of pretty aggressive. There are a couple different types. Fortunately, he had one that was slightly less aggressive. But like things happened like super fast. I mean, he complained about something in his eye. It might have been the last day of July, and within a couple of days there was a lump, and then it just started to get a little bit bigger. And by the end of August, it was like, my wife and it was 5 alarm, like alarms are going off. Like we need to do something because nobody gave us any answers. So a vast majority of it came out when they did the biopsy. It kind of just popped out on its own. So we went through 2 courses of chemo and a 5-week course of proton radiation. Both have potential effects that could come up later in life. He is 14 years old, so there's like he doesn't like hearing it, but puberty is one of those things that like you're concerned about when you're pumping a kid full of that fucking poison. But he'll get scans every 3 weeks. He'll get, or not 3 weeks, 3 months or so for I think it's like a year. That'll be probably a CAT scan, MRI, and PET scan, just to make sure that nothing survived. And then it'll go from 3 months to 6 months, and then he'll be getting some scans until he's in his early 20s. So just for to make sure that it doesn't come back. But this type of cancer typically doesn't come back. They can't say that it won't,
Mhm.
but it's pretty it's one of those types that like once you beat it, you kind of beat it.
Has it affected his vision?
It started kind of just pushing on some of the tissue.
Okay.
So it was like kind of he had some flesh in the way, and it started affecting him a little bit. But it never got into anything like the tumors. They typically present behind the eyeball, so then they get tied up in the optic nerve, and then it's an absolute mess. So it's like you had this really shitty thing happen, this 1 in a million thing, but we also like you won the lottery on a couple of the things with it. I mean, it location wise and just how it kind of wanted to, the pressure behind it. So like I said, it kind of like popped like a zit, and most of it came out, and yeah, and he's just he's a stud. He's an amazing young man. So.
That's awesome. You mentioned, I read another story, I guess, this week where you talked about how you were kind of a little more fortunate financially, but the co-pays and things like that do pile up when you're paying for your own insurance. Is there frustration with the company, with UFC, that they do not provide even basic?
No, not at all. I've been doing this for so. It's like it is what it is, right? So we are contractors, and that's the way it goes. And there's. I'm not sure in some of the other organizations how all of that works. Like, is family covered with some of their insurance? I don't know. I know the system that we have in this country is completely fucked. I don't think that the whole like free healthcare thing is necessarily the way, because you hear horror stories. It's like we acted quickly, and he got treatment quickly, and he needed it quickly, right? Like, because we were lucky that it was just where it was, and it tends to spread to the lungs. So, some of these other places, I have friends that live in Canada, and they're like, yeah, I've been waiting for, a year for knee surgery or something like that. And it's like, if we drug our feet, then there's the chance of it going somewhere else. So I'm happy that we were able to do things aggressively and actually take action. But yeah, the whole I don't know if this is the place to go on a rant about insurance and how they've got their fingers in the in the web of politicians, and we need to just clean house and get rid of bureaucracy and all that stuff. But yeah, I could if you want.
My last question is this. I mean, you've been around for so long. I'm sure you've been asked this before, but in your mind, what is the number one reason for your longevity in UFC and in MMA career, obviously?
That's a really difficult one. Because like I've seen guys who had 100% had the potential to come to this level and fight and do well, get injured with stupid stuff, right? So like maybe there's some luck, right? Like I never had a group, another set of my training partners knock into me and hurt me. Like my jiu-jitsu instructor Brian McLaughlin, he blew his knee out that way. Another group on the mat bumped into him. Stupid things happen in training, and a lot of times I think it does come from ego. I think that probably if I could narrow it down and say like try to do this, I think it was just the small gym. Back in the day, we had, when I trained at AMA, it was 6 guys in the UFC that trained together at the same time. And then, you dealt with some of the bigger gym drama, and that broke the team up, and I started my own place, and then things condensed even smaller. And for the last dozen years, I've had a very tight knit group of guys that I can trust, and I can, and I can train with, and I can come in on a bad day and I can train with. And if, some random killer from, the mountains over there and, on the border of Asia and Europe comes over and doesn't speak a lick of English, and they want to make a name for themselves in the gym, And it's like, well, I'm 2 weeks out from a fight, having a bad day, and now I got to deal with somebody trying to legitimately fight me, on the mats. Like, I think that, yeah, like having a small gym, being able to control that training, and not doing stupid stuff just for the sake of it. Like, oh, this is hard, so let's do it. I've always tried to train like a professional, and I think that's really kind of it. Is like, I've trained with guys preparing for the NFL Combine and stuff like that, and and my strength and conditioning coach Martin Rooney, he's been around like all those athletes from in all the sports, and yeah, his words of advice were always like, like to be a pro, and it's like a football player is not going full bore, right before a game, or 3 days before a game, right? And like every snap that they take is with a purpose. So like every role that I take is that I do is with a purpose, right? Every training partner that I train with, I go with them, and they don't like it when I say it, but I call them my tools, and I use them specifically. There are guys that like, hey, they're better wrestlers. So depending on how I'm feeling, like if I'm feeling good and froggy, then like I'm gonna try to out wrestle the best wrestler on the mat. And if I'm not feeling that great that day, well, then I'm going to exploit every weakness you have, and I'm going to, I'm going to drag you down, and I'm going to try to, sub you out or something like that. Right. So like I use my training partners, and I use every round specifically just to try to work something to better, but also do it in the safest way possible.
Hey, Jim, right here. Wanted to say, Randy Couture, Anderson Silva, and George St. Pierre. Those were three of the champions when you made your UFC debut. Over the course of all that time since the UFC 89, we have seen the UFC consistently grow each year, but the one consistent thing in the UFC has been you, from UFC 100, 200 to 300. What would you credit to the key to your consistency?
Not knowing how to do anything else. I honestly, I think it's just it's lifestyle. I enjoy this, and there are a lot of fighters that absolutely love fighting just as much as I do. And there are some, like GSP kind of famously always says, he's like, I really didn't like fighting all that much. I enjoy it. I enjoy the pressure. I enjoy the test, right? Like I'm a very performance driven person. It's not about just winning for me. It's about winning in my way, the way that I want it to happen. But like, I also take that same mindset and I have it towards everything else that I do. So like when I'm done at the gym, nowadays it's a little bit harder for me. But like when I'm done at the gym, I'm going and doing other stuff. I'm not sitting on the couch and binge watching Netflix or playing video games. And I know that some of the guys are like streamers and making money like doing this stuff, which is crazy. But like I don't live a sedentary lifestyle. Like a professional fighter could train hard and still live a sedentary lifestyle by going home and sitting down and laying down all day. You get 3-4 hours of like legit training in, and then you go sit on your ass the rest of the day. It's not a good way to recover from what we're doing. So, yeah, I think that for me, it's just like I get my training in and I focus on my training when I'm there, and then I focus on the other things outside of training when I'm not there. And that balance has helped me like always have that fire for the fight and enjoyment for the fight. And it's also, yeah, again, help me like recover from the daily training and getting beat up. And I wish it was such an easy, I wish I could sell it, like this is how to do it, but I haven't figured that out yet.
And one more follow-up, how you said it gets a little bit tougher getting into training just as the time goes on. Does it get tougher getting excited for an opponent sometimes now since you've seen everybody and seen everything? Or how do you still stay excited for like your next fight and the next guy? And who do you, at this stage in your career, how do you look at who you want to fight?
Honestly, it's not even really about them. It's about me. And that's kind of the thing. It's weird, I guess, for me being a prize fighter, right? To make what I make to show, I have to win, right? Like when you add in camp and you add in taxes and you add in all this stuff, right? Like to make your show money, you got to win. I just I don't know. Like I'm not just out there just to win. I'm out there to win, to make me happy, to make me like excited with the way that it happens. That's why like you could look up, you could type it into your computer right now, Jim Miller fence grab. You're not going to see a fucking picture of me grabbing the fence. Jim Miller eye poke. You're not going to see a picture of me poking somebody in the eye because I wouldn't be able to sleep at fucking night. Like I honestly, I wouldn't. I'm harder on myself than any of the trolls on the internet could be. So for me, it's like, every guy is an opportunity, is a test, is a skill set that I get to test myself against. But really, it just comes down to me performing in a way that's gonna like make me fucking satisfied with the outcome. And it's like, yeah, I've had a 26-second knockout, and that was great, but I broke my thumb. That sucked. So that wasn't perfect. It's like, oh, I had a fight of the year in 2012 against Joe, and it's like, yeah, but I didn't finish him. So like, I don't feel like I'm ever gonna have the perfect fight and be 100% satisfied, but I'm always shooting for it.
Thank you so much for everything you've done for the sport, Jim.
Thank you.